Third Wall Street is a new emerging global capital markets formation and structured trifactor financial hub at the U.S. Third Border in St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, in the Caribbean and Latin America. The new Third Wall Street is the home of the Alexander Hamilton Financial Center and named in honor of Alexander Hamilton, an American founding father, first U.S. Treasury Secretary, and architect of the U.S. financial system and modern America. Third Wall Street is located in a U.S. National Heritage Area, Opportunity Zone, and the boyhood home of Alexander Hamilton in St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Island, connecting 3 financial hubs in the Americas by way of new innovative financial technology and markets: New York Wall Street South, Brickell Avenue, Miami, and Third Wall Street in St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, and established the new Caribbean America's single economy zone, developed by SETI Case Capital Markets. Third Wall Street will transform financial markets, improving access to capital worldwide. Visit www.thirdwallstreet.com to learn more.
At the moment, this idea that, well, we don't have all the details and, it may not be as favorable to the EU as Ursula von der Leyen was hoping, but you know what? At least we know what the tariff level is. And having that certainty may be the most valuable part of these negotiations, Christopher.
Well, it is, but again, the certainty is only relative. So it's certainly much better than we have had in the last few months. But again, lots of companies that make decisions about where to build the factory, about what supply lines to build, really need to know the details. Need to know what the exclusions are, not only how is it applying to them, but how is it going to apply to their suppliers, to their customers? How is it going to apply to their competitors? Just as a small example, right now, we had the Japan deal over the weekend. We now have an EU deal. We're now importing cars from Mexico and Canada outside of USMCA at much higher rates than the UK, the EU, and Japan. So all of these are interconnecting parts that will have to be addressed going forward. That means that for certainty, we're still going to have to wait a long time. I guess the good news to your earlier question about the economic data we're getting is that the economic data still seems to be pretty good, and the economy seems to be resilient to some of these headwinds.
Well, what do you make of the message from the administration, Christopher? Like, hey, you guys have been telling us every month since we showed up here that tariffs are going to cause inflation. It hasn't happened yet. And if it hasn't happened yet, then why would it happen? The idea being that we're somehow out of the woods here. But what happens if it kicks in the second half, maybe in the third or fourth quarter, Christopher? We're having a very different conversation about the impact of tariffs on our economy and prices. Well,
I think that's exactly right. And I think if you were on the FOMC looking at just the economic data, not looking at anything to do with trade policy, you would probably be thinking about a couple of cuts right now. Because of the way the interest rate, because of the way prices have been falling, not as fast as you'd like them to, but they're certainly heading downward for the most part. But then you add on to that uncertainty around what the president's deals will be. Now that's becoming clearer right now. And as I said, we're moving from a world of 2% to roughly 20%. The president and others would say that's just a one-off. That's only affecting 10% of our imports. 10% of GDP, which are what our imports represent. But the third element to all of this is, yes, but how do others respond to these tariffs, right? You certainly have domestic producers that are going to raise their rates, their prices to meet the prices of the importers. You have other countries that are going to respond in one way or another with some kinds of tariffs. And then you've got the uncertainty around the broader tariff structure going on into the next few months and years. And it's not necessarily that tariffs themselves drive inflation. It's trade wars and trade uncertainty that drives inflation.
Well, Donald Trump's feeling pretty good about things at the moment, Christopher. I suspect that anybody would with a trip like this. He's playing golf. I guess he's playing pretty good golf out there. Did you see, by the way, Golf Force One? I don't know if you have one of these, Christopher, but they've made like this bulletproof golf cart for him. It appears to be, according to reporting, a modified Polaris Ranger XP. Imagine a golf cart with, the armor and the tint, the windows around it. He's got this massive entourage on the golf course. I don't know. It looks like the gator that I ride around in when I visit my buddy Adam in Orange. But
I'm
still,
sure it's
either way,
it's probably a gift from the people of Scotland.
You think it came? It's a donation to the Air Force.
Exactly.
But look, if you're Donald Trump, Christopher Smart, you're sitting there saying, I'm surrounded by naysayers and I keep announcing deals. And I just wonder your message to the casual observer. What would you tell our viewers or listeners who are saying, boy, seems like tariffs work pretty well?
Yeah. No, and I think that's a fair question to ask. And I think, you've seen concessions, right, on the part of some of these countries. I think some of them are being exaggerated. For example, the commitments to invest in the U.S., to buy things from the U.S., those were going to happen probably in any case. Europe needs to diversify its energy supply. It needs to buy more defense, for its own defense. So those were going to happen anyway. On the other hand, you see commitments to open up the markets to U.S. companies. And those are things that are very difficult. They're very easy to promise, very difficult to do. It involves layers and layers of regional regulation, legal reforms, lots of things that we'll only see the results of, whether they work or not, in over many years. But again, I just go back to the uncertainty. Trade deals aren't necessarily deals themselves that you strike and sign a piece of paper. They're setting the framework for an ongoing relationship as things change. And if that relationship isn't clear and predictable, it becomes very difficult to do business.
Fascinating, as always. Christopher Smart, our Broth Group. We always look forward to the conversation, Christopher. I feel like I could picture you in a Golf Force One on the Boston Common. We got to follow up on this. Much more ahead on Bloomberg.
CBS News brief. A federal judge blocks the Trump administration's efforts to defund Planned Parenthood, ordering it keep getting Medicaid funds. CBS's Christopher Cruz.
The judge granted the organization, the nation's largest abortion provider, a permanent injunction. It blocks the federal government from cutting Medicaid payments to Planned Parenthood clinics for non-abortion related care.
Police say multiple people have been shot at the Grand Sierra Casino in Reno, Nevada. A suspect's in custody. President Trump slashing the 50 days he gave Russia's Vladimir Putin to work out a Ukraine ceasefire deal.
I'd say 10 to 12 days. I'll announce it probably tonight or tomorrow. But there's no reason to wait. If you know what the answer is going to be, why wait?
And the president in Scotland urged Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu to get food into Gaza, and he suggested a U.S. role.
We're going to set up food centers, and we're going to do it in conjunction with some very good people.
CBS News Brief. I'm Steve Kathan.
Genesis of White Plains invites you to take advantage of special lease and finance offers on the G90, GV70, and GV80. Step inside our beautifully designed showroom and experience the redesigned 2026 GV70 up close. With elevated styling, premium comfort, and a Korean tea bar to enhance your visit, every detail is crafted around you. Discover how effortless luxury can feel at Genesis of White Plains, a proud member of the Bentley Auto Group.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Boeing is preparing for another possible strike, this one at its St. Louis and Illinois defense hubs, where it makes F-15s and FA-18 fighter jets. 3,200 machinist factory workers rejected a contract offer that would have boosted their pay by 20% over 4 years, but they're demanding more. Now, the contract expired this morning. There's a 7-day cooling off period before any workers can walk. That's next Monday. With an August 1st deadline looming, it's a big week for U.S. trade deals like the one reached with the European Union over the weekend. It's also a big week for tech earnings. We get results from Apple, Amazon, Meta, and Microsoft this week. There's also a Federal Reserve meeting on interest rates. And although no change in rates is expected on Wednesday, there may be some hints to the Fed's plans for the rest of the year. And on Wall Street, add that up, and it's giving stocks just a little bit of a boost. The Dow and the S&P 500 up a small fraction. The NASDAQ is up about 0.25%. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest Masters in Business podcast, my conversation with Franklin Templeton's Sanal Desai.
I look at our country. We're about a 30 trillion economy. Okay, 29, call it 30 trillion economy. 70% of our economy is consumption. Okay, so you get to around 21 trillion. 70% of consumption is services. Guess what? Services aren't really impacted by tariffs.
Right.
Now I go to, okay, I've got around 6.25 trillion of consumption of goods. How much of this is actually imported? Around 3.4 trillion of goods are imported.
Half, yeah.
So I'm looking at 3.4 trillion against all of this huge economy size. And I say, okay, they're talking about putting tariffs, let's assume tariff revenue ends up being 300 billion a year. It's not, it could be much lower. 300 billion, if I were to spread this out over all goods and services like the Europeans do using a VAT, that's a 2% tax.
Right.
Would we all be jumping up and down saying vibe session if magic happened and the federal government did something very intelligent and put just a small consumption tax on the economy to lower the budget deficit? We wouldn't. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't love tariffs. Tariffs are a highly inefficient form of raising revenue. They're distortionary because they randomly hit some products relative to other products. I don't love tariffs. I just don't think that they are as catastrophic for the US as they are for the rest of the world. The rest of the world, yeah, it is a big problem. The US doesn't depend. It's a huge economy, which is essentially a large closed economy.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Masters in Business podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow just turning negative once again, has been swinging between gains and losses in the red right now. S&P a little changed higher. Could see a record close today, 63.91 where we stand on the S&P. We've got that index up under 0.1%. NASDAQ up 58, gain there of 0.3%. Most equities, though, extending their climb as a weekend trade deal with the EU fuels optimism ahead of a jam-packed week of earnings scorecards from big tech, a lot of economic data, and a Fed meeting. Right now, the 10-year, 4.41%, the 2-year, 3.92%. Gold is down $23 the ounce. Spot gold down 0.7%, 33.14. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2%, 66.49 for a barrel of WTI. As for the overall market backdrop, Abby Yoder is U.S. equity strategist at J.P. Morgan Chase Bank.
What the market is thinking and looking at is, okay, this is a blip, right? We have this second half weakness, but then we go into 2026 where we have the reconciliation bill, which is really like a cash boost in terms of thinking about corporates. And we've got like pretty solid earnings so far.
Abby Yoder of J.P. Morgan Chase interviewed this morning on surveillance. After the bell today, Rambus and Cadence Design Systems. Again, recapping, S&P 500 index, little changed, up 3 now, up by about 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie, many thanks as always. The great Charlie Pellet in New York. We'll have more from Charlie at the top of the hour as we follow the Monday trade. How is it Monday already? We're here for you, of course, every day, weekdays, live from Washington, 12 to 2 on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio, channel 121. Live on Bloomberg Originals. If you want to watch what's happening in this studio, you can also go to YouTube, search Bloomberg Business News Live, where we have our stream up from New York and DC all day, every day. Any way you want to find us, you can get the podcast too, with a lot to cover here on Bloomberg. And incidentally, we'll welcome our global television audience to the conversation coming up at the top of the hour when you know who is back. Yeah, Kaylee Lyons is back on the program today. We'll see her about 20 minutes from now as Donald Trump makes his way to Aberdeen. You started the morning here in Turnberry where you saw President Trump yesterday sitting with Ursula von der Leyen. That's the big golf club that he runs there. He was out golfing with the aforementioned Golf Force One yesterday. Then he and Starmer moved to Aberdeen. That's going to be the next stop here with the President of the United States, where they're going to have what is being described as a private dinner. And about a half an hour from now, it looks like they'll be turning out for the dinner. So it's entirely possible that we will be hearing, I guess is the reason why I'm mentioning this, from the president and the prime minister a bit later on today. They've got a lot to talk about beyond trade. And of course, they already came out with a framework trade agreement when Starmer came to town a couple of months ago, writing the manual for how to roll out the red carpet for Donald Trump, even when you're visiting his country. I think Ursula von der Leyen might have gotten her hand on that manual. But they're talking about two big issues here, Ukraine, and by that I mean Russia, and what's happening in the Middle East when it comes specifically to Gaza. And the president's getting an earful on both. It'll be very interesting to hear where this goes in the days ahead. Moving up the deadline for Russia to get to the peace table. He says, we're not waiting as long as we thought. In fact, only 10 to 12 days from now. So we'll get to that. As House lawmakers get to know their families all over again and get onto town hall meetings. We talked about that at the end of last week. Senate's in session this week. The House is gone for the rest of the summer. Who also is hitting the road is J.D. Vance. Remember, we talked about the road show that was going to follow the passage of the big, beautiful bill. We're going to get to this as well with our panel. J.D. Vance in Ohio today, starting the drumbeat, the sales pitch that will last through the summer and the fall. Let's bring him in right now. We have both of our panelists with us today, Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Sheehan Zaino and Rick Davis. Jeannie is Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Democratic analyst Rick, our Bloomberg Politics contributor, Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. I just want to ask you both quickly, and we'll have more time in our second hour to get to the president's trip here, how things are going. Because, Jeannie, it looks like it's been pretty successful so far. And we're starting to hear Democrats ask if maybe tariffs are a good idea to the extent that they are bringing other countries to the table. Has this been a win so far for Trump?
I think it's a short-term win. Look, he avoided the worst, which would have been a trade war. But I do think when you think about the long-term consequences, which we in this country are not good at doing, there are tremendously troubling signs. Just think about one. We have a real challenge confronting China. Our biggest asset in confronting China going forward as it moves into this frontier economy is going to be our allies, because we're too small to confront them directly. And yet, what have we done? We have largely made it clear to our allies that we don't have much interest in their needs and in terms of our ability to demand from them. And so they're looking elsewhere. That includes Europe and all of our other allies. So I think, yeah, in the short term, we can be celebrating this as a victory, although it is a tax on the American public. But the long-term security and foreign policy implications, not to mention economic, are real and very damaging.
It's interesting, Jeannie, because remember, it was going to be short-term pain for long-term gain. Rick, it sounds like Jeannie sees it the opposite here. The fact of the matter is, though, Donald Trump is bringing people to the table and announcing deals that a lot of people said were not going to happen before August 1st. What's your view?
Yeah, look, I think that Trump is under an agreement. Remember, these are bilateral agreements. They are agreeing to what we are agreeing to. So there is a lot of building of relationships that are happening here and some opening of markets for U.S. goods. And I would say that is substantially different than the typical trade relationship with China, which is you crack open an opportunity for China to trade in your market, and they dump low-cost goods that are, Europeans like, and they eat up their markets. And so, people trade with China because they have to. People trade with the U.S. because they want to. I'd always rather be at the want to side of the table.
Well, of course, Donald Trump is going to be J.D. Vance is leading the charge on this, as you might have heard me mention, delivering a speech in Canton, Ohio. He's back to his home state to talk about the tax and spend bill with a small group of protesters, the Associated Press reporting, waiting for him, holding Jeffrey Epstein signs. And I guess that is the backdrop of our politics. But he was surrounded by folks in hard hats today, not like Jay Powell last week, but steelworkers, a crowd of steelworkers who got together at a mill at Metallus Inc. in Canton, about 60 miles from Cleveland. And he said in his remarks that this wasn't just about the big, beautiful bill, the legislation that just recently passed. This is about the man, Donald Trump, and his agenda. And you wonder to what extent he can sell this bill to those who are skeptical, Jeannie, specifically when it comes to Medicaid. How's J.D. Vance going to do this summer?
Yeah, I noticed he said, in addition to this being about the president, that it was smart politics. Finally, something like finally Washington is engaged in smart politics. And I think for Democrats, they should be delighted that this is the message he wants to send. Number one, this isn't about Donald Trump. This should be about the American public and the American people. And number two, I guess the American people will have to judge how smart it is to raise the deficit over $3 trillion in 10 years, or to kick 12 million people off of health care. He's touting this as smart politics, and yet you notice he wants to talk only about certain aspects of the bill, leaving aside the cuts to healthcare, leaving aside the cuts to food and SNAP, leaving aside the tremendous impact on the debt and deficit. So it isn't about Trump, it's about the people, and it isn't smart politics. It's actually very detrimental politics, not all of it. Some of it I agree with, but for the most part. And so I think Republicans are going to have to sell it this way. It's going to be a challenge, and Democrats should be open to this challenge, because if they can't run against this bill, then Republicans should own DC in 2026.
He's in a Democrats district here in Ohio, Rick. J.D. Vance visiting the district of Amelia Sykes, who, of course, voted against the bill, as Democrats did. Can Republicans get some mileage out of that? The fact that Democrats, as they say, would have voted for the biggest tax hike in American history. Is he going to help Donald Trump sell this?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty smartly located, going to Canton, being in Sykes district. She is, if not one of the top targets with the National Republican Congressional Campaign Committee. Everybody talks about, you can only lose 3 Republican seats in the course of retaining the majority. But of course, nobody ever talks about where are we going to find Democratic seats to take. And this is one of them. There's a reason he's there, spending campaign money to promote this bill. And I don't think they back away from the bill at all on the kind of cuts that Jeannie was talking about. They're obviously going to say that these were necessary cuts, because of waste, fraud, and abuse. These programs have gotten bloated. Most Americans would agree with that. Now, whether or not they win the tug of war on the messaging when it comes to whether or not that was negatively impacting your community, that's TBD. But I must admit, it's good politics to have J.D. Vance, the second highest profile member of the administration, out there, road tripping this bill. Because I would have said a month ago, Republicans have done a good job of talking to each other on Capitol Hill about this bill and trying to talk themselves into it. But they haven't done a great job of talking to the American public. This is a good effort in that direction. And he's going to have to keep up this drumbeat for some time, because it isn't the easiest sell, but they're doing the right thing by trying to sell it.
He's got a big August waiting for him here. Rick, just quickly, is he good at this? J.D. Vance took the tie off. He's got the open collar. He's trying to appeal to people, make them laugh. Is this the salesman Donald Trump needs?
Yeah, this is pretty close to his hometown. He knows the sort of nature of the vote in Ohio. He's been on the ballot there. And so I think it's a good road trip for him to get started strategically on this, and sends a real message to the rest of the GOP that we're going to lean in and give you cover on this. And by the way, that is really important, because there are a lot of senators, a lot of congressmen sheepishly going to their town halls wondering, heck, am I going to get really beat up because of this? And he's giving them good high cover.
We talked about that last week as well, Jeannie. Besides sending trackers or activists to the town hall meetings, how did Democrats spend August messaging? I know there are some video ads the DNC has bought that are going to be going up on conservative media that are specific to Jeffrey Epstein. But when it comes to the bill, to counter the story that J.D. Vance is telling, is it a matter of Democrats simply holding their own town halls, or is there more to it?
Well, we're already seeing that. There are billboards going up across the country. Every time one of these rural hospitals, healthcare institutions is challenged with or forced to shut down as a result of this, they are putting up billboards. And J.D. Vance is a very good salesman, but this is really not about selling. This is about how it impacts people on the ground. And you don't need to go very far to see the impact. When your own senators from the Republican side, like Josh Hawley, are going on the floor of the Senate days after voting for this bill and saying, wait, we need to repeal and pull back on the Medicaid parts of this because the impact on rural health is so detrimental. That tells you everything you need to know about how difficult it is to sell this, because you can be a good salesperson, but you need content, and throwing this many people off of healthcare and impacting the deficit in this direction is really, really hard to spin. But JD Vance has got to give it a try.
And I'm sure they're going to have more chances than just today, as the administration's made clear. It's going to be a road trip August, a road trip summer for of the administration. He won't be out there alone. You're going to see all the secretaries doing the full court press. And of course, a Donald Trump who cannot wait to get back on the rally circuit after being stuck in the White House, so to speak, stuck in the White House for months on end. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, great to have them together today. They'll be back in our second hour with another panel as we dig a little bit deeper on some of the trade news that we have today, the deals that have been announced and have yet to be struck, specifically with the likes of China. Something special as well in our second hour. James Tallarico is going to join us. The Texas Democrat, the Texas state lawmaker who made a big splash on Joe Rogan and might run for Senate, is going to be right here with Kaylee and I an hour from now, only on Bloomberg.
Wednesday, the Fed decides.
The amount of the tariff effects are all highly uncertain.
Will tariffs affect the Fed's plan for interest rates?
We're gaming up 2 more rate cuts this year.
Full coverage on a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance.
Markets treating this as a dovish message.
The Fed rate decision and Powell press conference.
Pressure is coming from all sides on this Fed chat.
Wednesday starting at 1:30 Eastern. Listen on Bloomberg Radio, on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app, and on the Bloomberg Podcast YouTube page.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Boeing is preparing for another possible strike, this one at its St. Louis and Illinois defense hubs, where it makes F-15s and FA-18 fighter jets. 3,200 machinist factory workers rejected a contract offer that would have boosted their pay by 20% over 4 years, but they're demanding more. Now, the contract expired this morning. There's a 7-day cooling off period before any workers can walk. That's next Monday. With an August 1st deadline looming, it's a big week for U.S. trade deals like the one reached with the European Union over the weekend. It's also a big week for tech earnings. We get results from Apple, Amazon, Meta, and Microsoft this week. There's also a Federal Reserve meeting on interest rates. And although no change in rates is expected on Wednesday, there may be some hints to the Fed's plans for the rest of the year. And on Wall Street, add that up, and it's giving stocks just a little bit of a boost. The Dow and the S&P 500 up a small fraction. The NASDAQ is up about 0.25%. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Get ready to elevate your drive at Mazda White Plains during the Mazda More to Move You event. Feel the thrill of a new Mazda built with precision and passion. Or choose from our carefully inspected Mazda certified pre-owned vehicles, offering incredible value and reliability. Mazda White Plains is your complete automotive destination. Beyond sales, we are here for you with an outstanding service department dedicated to maintaining your Mazda's performance. And our parts department stocks only genuine Mazda components. Mazda White Plains. Excitement starts here.
The names that matter to global Wall Street are on Bloomberg Radio.
I think technology drives everything. And the question is, whose technology? What's their vision?
Economics Nobel Prize winner and MIT professor Simon Johnson on Bloomberg Surveillance.
Focus on inclusive prosperity. How are you getting more good jobs created for more people?
For the biggest names in economics, listen weekday mornings at 7 Eastern at your number one source for business news. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
The business news of Australia is more important than ever. Australia is a leader in renewable energy and critical minerals, and its strong global ties and resilient economy make it a prosperous trading nation. I'm Rebecca Jones. Join me and my team of reporters every week for the Bloomberg Australia podcast. Get an insider's look into the biggest Australian stories, all in under 15 minutes. The Bloomberg Australia podcast. Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Get instant access to financial and political news of Europe every business day.
We watch sterling now shooting up.
Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak Europe Edition.
The European Central Bank's fight to tame inflation isn't over.
Available now on your podcast feed. Each weekday morning by 7 a.m. in London. Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes.
A cautious ECB.
Subscribe to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe Edition today on Apple, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Dariana. We call him Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio. Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
NVIDIA carves out a new record high as the White House gets back to the negotiating table with China. Welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power as the administration resumes trade talks with China today in Stockholm, just a day after announcing a trade framework with the EU. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Yeah, she's back with us. Kaylee, it's great to see you. You leave for a couple of days and we actually managed to land a couple of trade deals, although this one with China could be elusive.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the outcome of the talks in Sweden actually is, knowing that, of course, the current trade détente is expected to expire on August 12th. And an extension is part of what both sides are seeking here. But the deadline was much sooner for Europe. In fact, it's sooner for everyone. August 1st, Friday, is technically the day the higher tariffs hit. And Europe was able to carve out a 15% tariff rate for basically all of its exports to the United States, rather than the 30% that the president had threatened.
It's an interesting idea, making this a deadline, even as the administration says, but countries can still call. The president will be happy to talk to them to strike a deal. So maybe it's a stop on the road. The important thing is that August 12th deadline that you mentioned with China. It looks like it'll be moved again.
Yeah, the question is for how long, and will any progress be made at these talks in Stockholm, specifically on lowering the tariff rate still in place on Chinese imports because of fentanyl? That is the sticking point issue, as well, of course, as the issue of export controls. Even though, as you allude to, NVIDIA at a record high, they're getting some easing of export controls around things like their H20 chips.
Pretty interesting when we consider the implications of national security. We're going to talk about all of that coming up in a couple of moments with Tyler Kendall, who's going to have an update for us from the White House here, even as the president makes his way abroad. And Michelle Schultz from Schultz Trade Law is going to take a look inside these deals with us with some interesting information for investors today.
Yep. So we'll get to all of that ahead, but we begin, as always, with a check on the markets. And for that, we go to Charlie Pellet up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Kaylee Lines. Welcome back. We are looking at an update barely for the S&P 500 index, up now by just 1 point, up less than 0.1%. The Dow back in the red, down 32, a drop there of just about 0.1%. On NASDAQ, the composite index up 59, now up 0.3%. NASDAQ 100 index also up 0.3%. And the Russell 2000 index back in the red right now, lower little change, down under 0.1%. Our Mag 7 index trading higher by 0.7%. This in a week in which we'll be hearing from Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, and Meta. The 10-year, 4.40%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.92%. Gold, 33.11 the ounce, down 0.8%. A rally for crude up 2.1%. WTI 66.53 a barrel. Bitcoin down 0.7%, just below $118,000. After the close of trading today, we will be hearing from Rambus, shares up by 1.8%. Also reporting Cadence Design Systems, that stock lower now by 0.5%. And as you both mentioned, we've got NVIDIA trading at a record. NVIDIA shares today advancing by 0.8%. Again, recapping, S&P now little changed, up by 1 point, and Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Joe Matthew and myself indeed are in Washington. President Trump, however, is not. He remains in Scotland, where he's had a series of big meetings, meeting yesterday with the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, inking a trade deal and averting 30% tariffs being implemented on Friday, which of course is August 1st. The EU now facing a 15% tariff rate on basically all of its exports to the United States. And it's something that President Trump talked about today as he had another round of meetings with the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who he's still with, in fact, as we speak, noting, of course, that the UK and the US had already reached a framework trade agreement much earlier on. Europe now next. Many other countries, though, are hoping they will be able to follow, knowing that Friday deadline is looming. Here's how the president talked about it earlier today.
We're making, great deals. We're making deals that are good for us, but we want them to be good for everybody. It's important. We're going to be setting a tariff for essentially the rest of the world, and that's what they're going to pay if they want to do business in the United States.
We go live to the White House right now for more. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, Bloomberg Washington correspondent, standing by with the latest from the North Lawn of the White House. Tyler, we're all looking ahead to Friday, of course, the 1st of August. But as Kaylee mentions, there's another deadline, the 12th of August, when it comes to China, with tandem talks underway here with this White House. What comes next?
Right, exactly, Joe. And President Trump was asked about those talks with China earlier today, and he said, we're going to see what happens. Now, the USTR Jamison Greer, in an interview earlier, gave us a little bit more color about what the White House is expecting when it comes to these discussions. He really amounted this to basically a check-in to make sure that both sides are upholding the agreement that was reached in London, which you'll recall was really to uphold the agreement reached in Geneva when it comes to some of those export controls around critical and rare earth minerals, as well as semiconductors and perhaps less advanced chips. Our reporting does indicate that China has started to ramp up its export licenses when it comes to rare earths. And we've also seen the U.S. starting to sort of loosen those restrictions, including NVIDIA's being able to sell its H20 chips into Beijing. The next phase here is really to make sure that the de-escalation continues. We are broadly expecting that they will extend this August 12th deadline. The Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said as much on Bloomberg Television last week, August 12th, and then 90 days after that, because they seem to be doing this in 90-day increments. But there are a few threads where we could see potential progress here. The Treasury Secretary said that they would expand beyond export controls, and perhaps they would talk about curbing China's imports when it comes to sanctioned Russian oil, and then also importantly fentanyl, because Joe and Kaylee, we have to keep in mind about 20% of that tariff that's currently in place against China is linked directly to the White House's concerns around fentanyl. While China has denied its role in its alleged role in fentanyl flows into the U.S., we did see them take some steps last week to curb two chemicals that are used in the opioid, perhaps seen as maybe a concession here to help keep talks going forward.
All right, so that's the talks with China, Tyler, and we'll see what the outcome of them ultimately is. Meanwhile, we know what the outcome of the meeting between Ursula von der Leyen of the European Commission and President Trump's meeting was, which is that we have reached at least a framework of a trade deal. Some details we have now gotten from the White House. Walk us through it.
Right, exactly. And we have to keep in mind this is a really consequential deal for this White House just by sheer volume, Kaylee, right? The EU makes up about 20% of U.S. annual imports into this country. So this was really something that ultimately was prioritized in these talks, despite at the beginning, we were really told that the EU would be last in line for a deal. Now, our understanding is there's going to be that 15% baseline tariff, and it actually does include some really key sector-specific tariffs, including autos, about a $35 billion import industry from the EU to the U.S. That was a really critical area that the EU wanted to see some relief on, but it also extends to pharmaceuticals as well as chips. Really importantly to distinguish, though, we did get a fact sheet kicked out by the USTR Jamison Greer's office just moments ago, which really does clarify that steel and aluminum tariffs will remain at 50% for now, but they do say that they are going to work on their supply chains and cooperation going forward, because our understanding from the EU side was that these metals would be tariffed under a lower level, under a certain quota, under a certain amount before it snapped back up to 50%. So we're still waiting for some key details there. But in order for the EU to clinch these lower rates, they did have to put in some sweeteners that include $600 billion worth of investment, as well as $750 billion pledge for U.S. energy. It's probably worth pointing out that the EU had been ramping up its imports of U.S. LNG already to account for steering away from Russian energy imports, for example. And then the last one I'll leave you two with is that President Trump says that the EU is going to start importing vast amounts of U.S. Defense equipment. This is something that we were widely expecting, since we know that the U.S. has been calling on our European allies to boost their defense expenditures in the wake of the war with Ukraine.
Really interesting, Tyler. Just quickly, left wanting are European wine and spirits makers. They apparently decided to move this to another day to figure out what would happen to this very important industry for Europe. They're calling for a sector-specific carve-out here, an exemption. Do we have any sense of when that will be managed, when that'll be dealt with?
At this point, we're still awaiting details. But Joe, I know that you've spoken to quite a few European ambassadors about this exact issue, because this really is a huge industry for Europe. And you'll recall, actually, one of the first tariff threats against the European Union was against alcohol, wines, and spirits back before we even had the escalation to that 50% rate. So this is something that's really been a thread throughout and that we're going to have to watch very closely. But President Trump, as you mentioned, was asked about it earlier today.
You can always trust Joe Matthew to be on top of the wine story and Tyler Kendall to be on top of everything out of the White House, where she reports for us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thank you so much. And we want to get more into the actual detail of this trade agreement that has been reached with Europe, the trade agreements we have yet to see, and what it all means for companies that are actually trying to navigate this environment and figure out what it means for imports and exports. As we turn to Michelle Schultz, she's founder and managing partner of Schultz Trade Law and specializes essentially in helping corporations comply with things like this. Michelle, great to have you here on Balance of Power. When we consider even the deal that we've got with the European Union and the readout we now have, it really is broad strokes of a deal. We're missing a lot of granular detail here. And I wonder how corporations are dealing with that. Is this actually enough information to work with to make investment and purchasing decisions off of?
I do not believe it's exactly enough information to make decisions based off of. And we have already lost a lot of trust with our partners in the EU. Our clients are in different sectors like aerospace, oil and gas, food and wine, gourmet food. And they have been pivoting each time the tariffs get adjusted. We didn't expect this adjustment so soon, but we have to keep in mind that even though it's 15% on about 70% of the products, the tariffs on steel, aluminum, copper still apparently will be at 50%, and that includes derivatives. So when we're talking about details, I've got this book behind me. That's the Harmonized Tariff Schedule. That is the perfect example of how detailed these rules get. Each item is listed in there. And so we need to check each item and see if it's subject to tariffs and how high.
Well, so what kind of conversations are you having with these clients that you mentioned? Because there seems to be a feel in Europe today, I don't know if this is the case in China, that while there are elements of this deal that are clearly favoring the United States, at last we have certainty when it comes to tariff levels. The fact that we might not like 15%, but at least we know it's 15%. Does that resonate with your clients?
It does, in the sense that it is one set number, but it's a little bit misleading because we have layers of different types of tariffs that are still going on, like the steel and aluminum tariffs. Also, all 27 countries within the EU have to sign off on this agreement, and I haven't seen them do that yet. In fact, I've seen a little bit of negative feedback from the Prime Minister of France and Hungary as well, I believe. So we're going to have to wait and see if all the EU members agree to this. It seems to me that Ursula von der Leyen was correct when she said this is essentially the best we're going to get. It's good, but it's not great. 15% across the board is still higher than we're used to. And I'm really hoping that this reduction will include 0% tariffs both ways on aircraft and aircraft parts, which has been mentioned, but we don't have anything in writing. We don't have a written agreement with that level of detail.
Yeah, there's a lot that we have yet to see Penn actually put to paper on. Michelle, when we consider what the whole point of these tariffs are, yes, in part it's about balancing the trade deficit with the U.S., hence why Europe is agreeing to make more purchases of U.S. goods like military equipment and the like. But the president also contends that a lot of this is about onshoring supply as well. Are companies that you're speaking with finding the ability to do that very quickly, to replace supply that may come from somewhere else that they're currently importing and try to just get it domestically in the United States? How long does that process actually take to find those alternative routes if they're available at all?
If they're available at all, it takes a very long time. We have clients in every industry that are importing from virtually every major country in Europe, and it is not a fast process to find another supplier. Same with China. A lot of suppliers had already moved from China, so they moved to Vietnam, or the importer might have moved its manufacturer somewhere like Mexico when the very first China tariffs came out under Section 301 under President Biden. But then they had to pivot because now the Mexico tariffs are up. So what our clients are doing is pivoting as best they can and saving as best they can, but some of them will go out of business if tariffs continue to rise. And I think we have to remember that this is still an increase. It is not, it's a decrease from what was threatened, but it is still an overall increase in tariffs for everyone.
You mentioned the French Prime Minister, Michel Francois Bayrou, on X, writing, "It's a dark day when an alliance of free peoples united to affirm their values and defend their interests resolves to submission." What's he talking about?
Oh, wow. Yes. So the Europeans were hoping for a lower tariff rate overall. They were hoping for a friendlier deal than we gave them, especially given our history with Europe. They had thrown out the number of 10% at one point, and I thought that maybe that would have been more reasonable in the eyes of the European countries, but they see 15% as still quite high and a slap in the face. It will impact trade, and it will be a cost to the U.S. importers. So it still presents a challenge, and it still presents an increase. And I think that some of the European leaders are disappointed.
Well, beyond the deal with just Europe, where I don't think I saw any mention of transshipping, Michelle, we have seen that mentioned in others, including the agreement that was reached with Vietnam, the idea that there would be even a higher tariff rate on transshipped goods that are coming indirectly from China. I just wonder how hard that actually is to track and follow. How do we actually know where products are originating from if they're coming into the U.S. under cargo vessels with a different flag? How difficult is that, especially for importers, to try to navigate?
It's actually quite difficult. And we have been in the weeds of doing due diligence on suppliers and their suppliers and their suppliers and their suppliers. And it's more and more difficult to the point where companies are using software tools. We have 3 at least that we're using right now in order to ferret out who owns what and who is sending what from where. But to determine that something is not made with slave labor, for example, in the Xinjiang region, we have to go way back into the supply chain. And you can't always rely on manufacturers' affidavits because they may or may not be true and correct. So you really have to go behind and do due diligence behind the paperwork. It's becoming more and more difficult. And I'll add that on the export side, the Commerce Department has been throwing around a 50% rule, similar to OFAC, the Office of Foreign Assets Control's 50% rule, which would mean on the export side, we're also going to have to look at ownership, who owns what and what percentage. It's very difficult from a practical perspective.
We've got about a minute left. Michelle, how worried are you that this White House is too eager to reach deals, to announce deals to the markets and to others who were promised all of these amazing trade deals, too eager to follow up on the details that you're talking about, never mind make good on national security promises when it comes to high-tech chips?
I believe they can do it. I'm somewhat optimistic that they can do it, but it takes months, if not years, normally to negotiate a trade agreement. And so this is way out of line with your typical free trade agreement internationally. This is a deal, and it's really a deal in the sense of a deal. We've got some purchases that the European Union is going to make, and the details as far as which tariff numbers, what tariff codes, those aren't all clear yet. We still have steel and aluminum. I do think the White House has been a bit eager to show its success, and that's great. It's a step in the right direction, but I don't think that our allies and other countries are pleased with it quite yet.
Michelle, it's great to have you with us. Let's stay close on this. We have a lot more to talk about. Thanks for joining our conversation today. Michelle Schultz, founder, managing partner, Schultz Trade Law. Really interesting to get inside an operation that's dealing directly with the stakeholders. And we'll assemble our panel next to get the latest from Rick and Jeannie on this. It's all ahead on Bloomberg. Make sure to subscribe to the Balance of Power podcast on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. A lot to find in our conversation with Michelle Schultz, and you can listen to the program anytime at Bloomberg.com.
Bloomberg Radio is where you are. Get live business news and market headlines from anywhere 24 hours a day on your mobile device. Listen on the iHeartRadio app. Tune in the Bloomberg Business app, SiriusXM 121, and the Bloomberg Terminal.
When you get injured, they shout, "We'll go to battle for you!" We analyze over a decade of case data. That's the difference. Lofty, the smarter way to win your personal injury case. Visit LAWFTY.com to learn more. For more info and lawyer advertising, go to lofty.com/disclaimer.
On a recent edition of the Big Take podcast, crunching the numbers on President Trump's trade war, Bloomberg senior economic writer Sean Donnan joins host David Gura to break down the tariff fallout hiding in plain sight and which sectors and countries are being hit the hardest.
Sean, when you look at the economic data and you're hunting for signs of tariffs damage, where does it show up? What's telling you the scale and scope of the damage from these tariffs so far?
Look, the biggest thing I'm looking at is in this second quarter and in the third and fourth quarter to come is going to be the business investment figures, what's called fixed investment or non-residential fixed capital investment, right? And you see that is the kind of bet on the future of the U.S. economy. That's domestic and foreign manufacturers and other companies and what they are investing, whether it's warehouses or factories and so on. That is the big promise from the Trump administration, is that these tariffs will force producers to come make their stuff here in the United States. Well, to do that, they have to invest in factories, and that's where we're going to see that. The Atlanta Fed has what they call GDP Now measure, which takes in all of the data that comes on construction spending and equipment spending and so on. And in the second quarter, it is showing an increase in investment of just 0.1%. That's going to be the contribution to overall growth. And that is pretty subdued. That's as slow as it gets without getting into kind of recession territory. So if that comes true in the GDP numbers that we get this week, then that's going to be a big warning sign for the U.S. economy.
That's what's on a recent edition of the Big Take podcast. Listen to the full episode on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, they are both trading negative right now, giving up earlier gains. The S&P holding on to a 44-point advance, up by about 0.2%, but the S&P retreating from a record, down 3 points now, down under 0.1%. We've got the Dow down 71, down 0.2%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up 0.6%. Earnings this week from 4 of those members of the index: Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, and Meta. 10-year, 4.40%, with the 2-year, 3.92%. Gold is down $25 the ounce, 33.11. Spot gold down 0.8%. An advance for crude, WTI up 2%, 66.45 a barrel. And Bitcoin is down just about $1,000 at 117,815 on Bitcoin, a drop of 0.8%. Sources tell Bloomberg Union Pacific could reach an agreement to acquire Norfolk Southern Railroad as soon as this week. Right now, Union Pacific Railroad shares are up 1.9%. Norfolk Southern higher by 1.2%. Recapping, the S&P giving up earlier gains does remain lower now by 3 points, down under 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. And us here in Washington, we're all focused in large part on the same story, which is looming trade deadlines that we're facing. One, of course, coming on Friday, August 1st. That's when most countries who have not yet reached trade deals with the U.S. are going to face higher tariffs. The European Union, of course, the latest to negotiate that number lower in advance of the deadline. Then there's the August 12th deadline, which is where the current trade détente between the U.S. and China is set to expire, though there are talks underway in Stockholm right now in an attempt to extend that deadline. But there's other deadlines we're considering, too, on the geopolitical front, keeping in mind that President Trump earlier this month had given a 50-day deadline, which would bring us at that point into early September, for Vladimir Putin to reach a ceasefire deal with Ukraine, or else face the threat of secondary sanctions or tariffs. And today, while he was sitting down with the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, President Trump announced he's set to bring that deadline forward.
I'm going to make a new deadline of about 10 or 12 days from today. There's no reason in waiting. There's no reason in waiting. It's 50 days. I want to be generous, but we just don't see any progress being made. It would be sanctions and maybe tariffs, secondary tariffs.
This is the undercurrent of the conversations on trade that the president is having overseas. You can add Gaza to that list as well as we assemble our political panel. They're both with us today, Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis. Rick is our Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie is Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick, this is an interesting turn here and fascinating to listen to the language coming from President Trump just a day after he met with Ursula von der Leyen and now today with the UK's Keir Starmer. Is this trip to Scotland the worst thing that could have happened to Vladimir Putin?
Well, I think the worst thing that could have happened to Vladimir Putin is Vladimir Putin. Remember, he's gone through other presidents, sort of rinse and repeat, right? He thinks you're going to be your best friend. You're going to have a strategic relationship finally with the former Soviet Union, only to be disappointed by the fact that he actually has no intention of being anything other than a former KGB agent who's out to recreate the Russian Empire. Remember, George W. Bush once said, I look in his eyes and I saw somebody I could deal with, and that's the same experience Donald Trump's had. He looked into his eyes and he thought he was someone he could do business with, and now he's realizing the same thing George W. realized and Barack Obama and other former presidents. You can't do business with this man. He has an agenda that is counter to the global agenda of freedom and democracy and trade. And where do you find common ground? There is none. And that's what Donald Trump is now realizing. So the fact that he's in the embrace of the Europeans, that's helpful, right? Keir Starmer will make a good effort on the airplane flying to the Aberdeen golf course today to say that guy's a bad guy and we ought to shut him down. So that's good. The question is, does it stick when he's home and he's surrounded by other sort of MAGA Kremlinites who are going to give him a different tune? With Donald Trump, so many times it's the last man in the office. And maybe Keir Starmer should spend more time in Washington.
Well, building on Rick's point, Jeannie, and thinking back to the language we just heard from President Trump, the suggestion that there is no reason for waiting for a longer deadline, suggesting that the outcome might not be different, whether the wait period is 50 days or 10 days. Is this a President Trump that is now resigned to the idea that he can't deal with Vladimir Putin?
Yeah, and I think the question is, why has it taken him so long? Donald Trump is the one who gave Vladimir Putin this long runway, and he continually goes on television and talks about, even today in his press conference, the nice, pleasant calls they'll have. And then 3 hours later, Vladimir Putin is bombing Kyiv. The reality is the person who hasn't changed their note or tune at all is Vladimir Putin. He's been clear from the beginning on what he will and will not accept. And that has not changed. And so I'm not sure why Donald Trump has been fooling himself, quite frankly, that something would change if he gave him 50 days or 10 days. I think what's troubling policy-wise is the president is talking about these secondary sanctions. And a big question about those is those aren't going to be sanctions on Russia. They'll be sanctions on people who do business with Russia, including India and China, the very people we're trying to have a trade deal with. So I'm not sure that gets him where he wants to go either. And I think what it says is he doesn't want to take the next step of firmly standing behind Ukraine and giving them what they need to execute this war. And if he's not prepared to do that, and I understand why, then all of this is for naught.
What's your thought on that, Rick? We've been talking about secondary sanctions, the four of us now, for years. Will the Trump administration be the one to put them in effect?
Very well could. And it's about time. As you point out, this hasn't been a hard one to figure out. It's not doing trade with China and India that matters. It's the revenue that Russia gets that sustains their war effort from doing those trade deals. And so if you have an ability to shut that down, you have ability to help shut down the war effort in Russia. And by the way, either Donald Trump's going to do it at what his level he said is 100% tariff costs, or the Congress is going to pass overwhelmingly a tariff regime, a sanctions regime, where those tariffs are 500%. And so I think it's a lock to say something's going to happen where economic sanctions on Russia get a lot stiffer pretty soon. And either Donald Trump's going to do it or Congress is going to do it and put it on his desk and dare him not to sign it.
Well, of course, as President Trump is pushing for an end to this war, he also is pushing for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas as the world is growing increasingly focused on the hunger that the people of Gaza are currently experiencing and questions over whether or not that classifies as starvation. To ask the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, if it does, his answer is no. This is what he said yesterday.
Israel is presented as though we are applying a campaign of starvation in Gaza. What a bold-faced lie. There is no policy of starvation in Gaza, and there is no starvation in Gaza. We enable humanitarian aid throughout the duration of the war to enter Gaza. Otherwise, there would be no Gazans.
And while he says there is no campaign of starvation, others obviously beg to differ, including, it seems, President Trump, who was actually asked about the situation in Gaza alongside the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who described the people of Britain specifically as being revolted by the images they are seeing out of Gaza. Trump suggested he's seen the pictures too, and he does not agree with Netanyahu. This is what he said.
The United States will be helping with the food. You know, we have a lot of access to food. We got a lot of food ourselves. And we're going to bring it over there. We're also going to make sure that they don't have barriers stopping people. We're going to be getting some good, strong food. We can save a lot of people. I mean, some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it. And you can't fake that. So we're going to be even more involved.
Real starvation stuff, Jeannie, that you can't fake. What do we make of this break between President Trump and the Israeli Prime Minister?
I think it was very welcome that the president broke with the prime minister. As you mentioned, we've all seen the pictures, despite in many cases the press not being welcome into Gaza. We've been able to see pictures. And I think one of the most horrific stories we heard this weekend was a 5-month-old baby who died weighing less than when she was born. This came out of the AP. And Donald Trump said it absolutely right, President Trump, that the pictures don't lie. And so I think it's very important that the president said that. I don't know where that leaves us. We've seen Israel put in a corner where it's opening some food corridors. It's allowing a pause in the fighting for there to be some movement forward in terms of the aid. But we are, quite frankly, no closer to a real end to this war from either side. And as these people starve to death, 60,000 dead over there, that is a very troubling sign. But I was glad the president today said that, and he said it loud, and he said it so the entire world could hear what we all know to be the truth.
Rick, what do you make of the rhetoric from Netanyahu's government, from Benjamin Netanyahu himself, Ron Dermer, and others, that what we're seeing, I mean, you heard Netanyahu, they're saying there is no starvation in Gaza. They're actually going a step further to say that Hamas is exploiting young children with terminal diseases and having them photographed to make it look as if they are starving. How are Americans supposed to interpret this messaging?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, all of those things could be true, and yet the truth is also on the side of the people of Gaza who are hungry. I mean, I take my lead from Cindy McCain, the World Food Program head. Wouldn't surprise anybody that I'd say that, but the reality is there are independent agencies that do this all across the world, and they know a famine, they know starvation when they see it. They've been very outspoken about this. You would think that Prime Minister Netanyahu would use them as a safe place. As long as they're happy, he will have some insulation to the criticism of what he's doing in Gaza. But the reality is there are a lot of voices in the Israeli government right now. We have to assume that the voice that matters the most is Bibi Netanyahu's, and it seems out of step with what the rest of the world, the World Food Program, and others who are charged with avoiding this kind of situation are saying about the access points, the amount of food that's getting in there, and the distribution process that's being used. It's a failure by anybody's stretch of the imagination. And the fact that now Donald Trump has an inclination to do something about it, his close relationship with Bibi hopefully can be put to use so that the efforts to combat Hamas aren't cast in a negative light because of the dire situation that the rest of the people of Gaza have actually been exposed to.
All right, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our political panel on this Monday. Thank you so much, covering all things geopolitics for us. We'll turn back to domestic affairs next on Balance of Power as James Tallarico, member of the Texas House of Representatives, potential Senate candidate, joins us on Bloomberg TV and radio.
CBS News Brief. President Trump in Scotland today met with the British Prime Minister, and Gaza was on the agenda as Israel announced a pause in its military operations to allow some aid to flow in.
The whole place is a mess. It'll get straightened out, but it's a mess. They have to get food and safety right now.
Aaron Navarro reports the president's also shortening the time frame he gave Vladimir Putin to stop the war in Ukraine.
The president indicated earlier today that window would be cut because he, quote, already knows the answer and what's going to happen.
Trump said he's giving Putin 10 to 12 days starting today. Around 180 million Americans are under some sort of heat alert today. Meteorologist Craig Allen says it stretches from Florida to Iowa.
There are nearly 30 states with some kind of heat alert that could include a heat advisory or an excessive heat warning.
Stocks are mixed. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
Attention! Take advantage of this limited time offer at Pepe Cadillac. Test drive any electric Cadillac from our lineup and you'll receive a $75 gift card just for taking the wheel. Experience the future with the all-new Vistique, the first ever Escalade IQL, the iconic Escalade IQ, the compact and dynamic Optique, or the bold and luxurious Lyric. The future is electric and Cadillac is leading the way. Visit us in White Plains today. It's not just a Cadillac, it's a Pepe Cadillac.
Gatorade is the #1 proven electrolyte blend designed to hydrate better than water. So you can lose more sweat and raise your game. Gatorade, is it in you?
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. At U.S. weddings, the open bar is as expected as a bride's white dress and the bouquet toss, but not anymore. The Wall Street Journal reports alcohol-free events are on the rise, offering mocktails, upscale coffee bars, mixed sodas instead of booze. Although some guests say they're not happy, one venue owner says she's a lot less worried about what drunken guests are going to do. The U.S. notching a trade deal with the European Union over the weekend, and talks with the U.K. and China took place today. But that's not helping Wall Street a whole lot today. Right now, the Dow is down about 0.5%. The S&P is down a small fraction. The NASDAQ, though, hanging on to a very small gain. A huge deal for South Korea's Samsung. It'll produce AI chips for Tesla at a new plant being built near Tesla's headquarters in Texas. The $16.5 billion deal runs through the end of 2033. And last night at Comic-Con in San Diego, a Stormtrooper helmet from the Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope movie, sold at auction for $256,000. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast, a conversation with Ann Berry, founder and managing partner at Threadneedle, on the markets.
I do think that we're entering a phase now where the market's going to take a step back.
and say, well, what does this actually mean? And are there winners and losers? And I actually do think, Paul, that there are. We're seeing the US markets, keep inching upwards as it becomes clear that there is a redirection of spend towards US companies as a result of these deals. But the narrative that hasn't picked up steam yet is the fact that global GDP growth is slowing. The latest trade deal in Europe has real implications for the German economy, for the French economy. And at some point, slowing in those major trading partners is going to come back and hurt some of our US multinational companies. And that narrative hasn't yet taken hold, but I do think as we move into the second half of this year, it will start to.
Some of the sectors, even names that you like, Ann, if you would.
Well, defense is one that I actually was enthusiastic about at the start of this year. It's the classic Trump trade sector. It was clear the administration wanted to lean in. And what's been such an important part, it was visible in the trade deal with Japan. It's visible in this trade deal with the EU, that the Trump administration is clearly pushing these also, by the way, NATO partners to ensure that with these tariff negotiations, the US is ensuring that there is more spend towards US defense companies. And so I've been adding names like Teledyne. That's one I bought at the beginning of this year. I was familiar with an asset that they actually bought, the Excelitas aerospace and defense assets in the UK I'd looked at several years ago. I think that's a good deal for them. But, their organic growth is outperforming, and I think it will continue to do so and others like it.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Little changed and lower right now for the S&P 500 index, down 2 points, 63.85 where we stand, a drop of under 0.1%. The Dow is down 0.2%, also little change, while NASDAQ higher by 54. For NASDAQ, a gain of 0.3%. 10-year at 4.40% with a 2-year 3.91%. Gold down 0.8%, 33.10 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.9%, 66.38 for a barrel of WTI. Microsoft has stopped providing services to Rosneft-backed Naraya Energy, that's an Indian oil refiner, adding to challenges facing the company, which was recently hit with European Union sanctions. Microsoft down by 0.4%. And the MTA is considering a request by Connecticut for a combined 10% fare hike on its portion of the Metro North Railroad. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington once again. Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie, thanks as always. Charlie Pellet live from World Headquarters in New York. He'll have another update on the markets coming up at the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us on the Monday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons, who's back with us today, I'm glad to say, as we talk politics here in the nation's capital. And it's not very often that a politician breaks through into the mainstream without spending a lot of money or doing something wrong. Case in point, James Tallarico, a member of the Texas House of Representatives, a Democrat, a pastor, and a former teacher, is now being considered a potential threat to flip a Republican Senate seat blue, if he, of course, decides to run for it. Kaylee, this is an individual, I'll get personal here for a moment, who both of our spouses asked us about. Without prompt, unsolicited, which is something that never happens, by the way, in either of our homes. We don't really talk politics, right? When we go home at the kitchen table. But James Tallarico was viral before he did the Joe Rogan interview, when he talked about the 10 Commandments in schools. He's a TikTok sensation. He's now apparently a Joe Rogan sensation. And a lot of smart people in Washington are asking if, in fact, he could be the future of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, in fact, Joe Rogan is hoping he might one day run for president.
Isn't that right?
Which is obviously an endorsement that would be highly coveted by many. As we know, the influence Joe Rogan particularly has in politics, but especially as we consider what is a changing landscape in Texas with a redistricting fight underway with, as you mentioned, of course, a Senate seat potentially up for grabs. John Cornyn getting primaried by Ken Paxton. Many Democrats considering throwing their hats in the ring if they haven't done so already. Makes a unique moment in time to speak with Mr. Tallarico. Yeah,
well, that's for sure. Which is why we reached out to James. Look at James Tallarico in the act. I mentioned he's a pastor talking about the confluence of his religious beliefs and politics. Listen on Bloomberg.
What would Jesus do about a tax system that benefits the rich over the poor? What would Jesus do about a healthcare system that forces the sick to start GoFundMe pages to afford life-saving surgeries? What would Jesus do about an education system that ties a child's school funding to their community's property wealth? Would he stay in his room and pray? Or would he walk into the seat of power and flip over the tables of injustice?
A taste of James Tallarico's messaging, and he's joining us now on Bloomberg TV and radio for more. Appreciate the time, James. Thank you so much for being with us. What do you think it is about the way in which you are trying to convey what are, in some instances, political messages, leaning on your Christian faith and kind of biblical readings of policy issues that seems to be resonating in a way that other Democrats from Texas have struggled to see themselves resonate in recent years?
Well, thank y'all for having me on, and please thank your spouses too for recommending me to you. I think people are hungry for authentic moral leadership in this country, and I think folks just want elected officials who are themselves and who are honest and speak directly and clearly. That's, I think, what this exposes. Folks are tired of the kind of consultant-driven, poll-tested political sound bites, and they want people who are just going to speak like a human being. And that's what I try to do every day, whether it's at a podium or a pulpit, whether it's as an elected official or as a member of the clergy.
Authentic moral leadership. Pastor Tallarico makes you a contrarian in this political world, if not a unicorn, considering your background. We're in a world where sharp elbows work here in Washington, where the pressure play works, where bullying works, where name calling is now considered commonplace, par for the course. A lot of people would ask how someone who considers themselves a man of God, someone who acts as a gentleman, has any place in this political world.
Well, one of my favorite verses in scripture is Matthew 5:5, the meek shall inherit the earth, meaning, violence, bullying, aggression, those things may work in the short run. And I think that's what you're seeing in our political discourse. It gets you a temporary bump in your followers or in your cable TV viewership, or maybe even gets you elected in the next election. But it doesn't work in the long run. In the long run, I think people want honesty, they want compassion, they want understanding. And so I'm placing my long-term bet on those values. I honestly think over the last 10 years of our politics, people are just sick of the blood sport, and they're sick of the way that politics feels like professional wrestling a lot of the times. And I'm hoping that earnestness and sincerity are going to make a comeback in our politics. At least I hope so.
Well, and it's one thing to consider our politics along party lines and partisan divides, but there are also deep divides within the parties themselves. You need look no further than Texas, as I'm sure you well know, if the primary in the Republican on the Republican side for the Senate seat between Ken Paxton and the incumbent Senator Cornyn. Are you worried that, as you consider a potential Senate run yourself, that a Democratic primary could potentially be just as damaging?
I don't think it has to be. Primary elections can be a good thing, especially if both candidates go about it in a respectful way. It should be a contest of ideas. I think we saw in the last election the consequences of not having a competitive primary. Those primaries make us better as candidates and as a party. I think that's true on both sides of the aisle. I think elections are always a good thing. Competition in politics is always a good thing. And I'm hoping that's true in this upcoming primary here in Texas.
Well, are you thinking about running for Senate? Is that a real story? And what's going into your consideration if that's the case?
I am thinking about it. But if I'm being very honest with you, my entire focus is really on the special legislative session that's just been called here in Texas. I'm sure you've covered this, but the president has asked our governor, Greg Abbott, to find him 5 more congressional seats. He wants to redraw the political maps in the middle of the decade to try to protect his majority in the next election, regardless of how we all vote. And I think this is politics at its worst. Politicians picking their voters instead of voters picking their politicians. And so I'm doing everything I possibly can to stop this gerrymander from going through, to stop this power grab from going through. I was elected by my constituents here in Central Texas to fight for them at the state capitol. That's what I'm going to do before I start thinking about other elected positions.
Well, if you view that as politics as it's at its worst, would it be a mistake for blue states like California or New York to try to follow Texas's lead and reclaim some more seats for Democrats?
I think the idea of every state being gerrymandered is a terrible vision for this country. That said, I do know that you have to stand up to bullies. You can't just lie down and let them win. And so I do think that we need folks who are willing to match energy, but we cannot lose sight of the ultimate goal, and that is fair elections in every state, fair maps in every state. I mean, every single state in this country should have an independent, citizen-led redistricting commission that takes the power to draw these maps out of the hands of politicians and puts it into the hands of the people that we seek to represent. So while we need to stand up to folks who are trying to grab onto power, like the president is currently trying to do, we can't lose sight of the ultimate vision, which is making sure that every state has fair maps and fair representation for all Americans.
Will you join other Democrats in leaving the state from keeping the majority from doing this in Texas?
Well, we're in the minority as Democrats here in the Texas legislature. We've been in the minority for a long time. And so we've had to figure out how to use every tool in our toolbox, whether that's the rules, whether it's our platforms, or whether it is denying quorum. That's obviously a dramatic step, and it's one that shouldn't be taken lightly. We haven't even seen the maps here in Texas yet, and so I don't want to rush to any conclusions. But I will just tell you that I think it's fair to say that my Democratic colleagues and I are willing to do whatever it takes to stop this power grab and to protect the democratic process here in Texas and around the country. Because if President Trump succeeds with this power grab in Texas, I worry that he will do the same thing in every red state across the country, which would essentially rig the 2026 midterms. And so regardless of your party, whether you're a Democrat or Republican or an independent, none of us want politicians in Washington silencing our voices and rigging the next election.
We'd love to have you back, James Tallarico. When are you planning to make up your mind for this Senate race?
Well, I'd love to come back. The special legislative session is going to last until the end of August. And that's assuming another one won't be called right after that. So as long as I'm being called to do my job as a state representative here in the state capitol, that's what I'm going to be doing. But once that's over, I'll be looking at how I can best continue my service. And that may include running for another office in 2026.
Yeah. Let us know when you make up your mind. We want to continue our conversation with you. James Tallarico, Texas House of Representatives, Democrat, who you've been hearing so much about. We thought we'd bring him to you here on Balance of Power for conversation that you'll only hear on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Kaylee Line, she's back. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We want to bring it back to World Headquarters in New York and talk to our friend Michael McKee about what's going to be a very important week here when it comes to the economy. And Mike had already started with the trade deals that the president has been talking about in Scotland. We've got talks underway with China, but we're also looking at a Fed meeting, a jobs report at the end of the week. What's got your attention?
Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, it's the Fed meeting, I think, that gets everybody's attention because that'll set the tone for the markets for the rest of the year, depending on how far they go and hinting at rate cuts and when they might come. So we'll be watching. Of course, they're not going to cut rates this time, but we'll be watching to see what kind of dissents we get and how Jay Powell reacts to them. And we'll be watching to see if the statement and if he give us any hints towards when they might start cutting rates. So what would it take for them to do that? And then, of course, we'll all be watching to see what Donald Trump says after the meeting if they don't cut rates. After that, you look at the jobs report. And you look at the PCE inflation report, they'll be important, but because they come after the Fed meeting, what you'll be getting is sort of a look at the trend, because there'll be 2 more of each before we get the next Fed decision. So we'll see which way it's heading, and markets will try to figure out what that means in terms of the percentage odds for a Fed rate move in September.
Well, and as we consider that rate move in September, and this is something that Governor Waller alluded to, what will the difference economically be if it's waiting until September rather than acting in July? And could the data we get this week, Mike, already send a signal of the consequence of waiting too late, potentially?
It could, but I don't think we're going to get that. What we know is that in the first quarter, we had an unusually low GDP. We had a negative GDP print because of the pull forward of imports, people trying to get ahead of the tariffs, and that reversed in the second quarter. So second quarter growth is going to look, at least on a headline basis, reasonably strong. We'll look under the numbers to get a good idea of whether or not the economy is faltering too much. But it doesn't set us up for an immediate regret over what's going on. And we already basically know what's going on with PCE, because economists can figure that out from the inputs they get from CPI and PPI. So we think it'll go up a little bit, but not a whole lot. Big question is going to be jobs. If the unemployment rate goes up to 4.2%, no big deal. It would have to jump up maybe 4.5% before anybody would get worried.
This news conference is going to be fascinating. I'm sure you're coming down to town to ask Jay Powell a few questions. I wonder if he's going to wear a hard hat at this one.
I don't. Well, he might want to, but I suspect that this is going to push him to his absolute limits in saying nothing. In trying to say nothing.
That's fantastic.
The goal is to make no news, but we know Mike McKee will try to force him to make some news. Bloomberg International Economics and Policy correspondent joining us from New York before we see him here in Washington later this week. A lot will be following on the economic front over the course of the next several days. And over the course of the next several hours, we'll be keeping an eye on all things politics and give you an update on the late edition of Balance of Power at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. So don't miss us then, right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Bloomberg Radio brings you influential voices on the stories that matter. Former Vice President Mike Pence.
Liberation Day, I said, could well be the largest peacetime tax hike in American history.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
We have seen no inflation from tariffs.
Bank of America CEO Bryan Moynihan.
We'd rather have a higher interest rate structure, a little more robust economic growth.
The names that matter on the news you need. Listen on Bloomberg Radio or anytime on the Bloomberg Talks podcast.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. At U.S. weddings, the open bar is as expected as a bride's white dress and the bouquet toss, but not anymore. The Wall Street Journal reports alcohol-free events are on the rise, offering mocktails, upscale coffee bars, mixed sodas instead of booze. Although some guests say they're not happy, one venue owner says she's a lot less worried about what drunken guests are going to do. The U.S. notching a trade deal with the European Union over the weekend, and talks with the U.K. and China took place today. But that's not helping Wall Street a whole lot today. Right now, the Dow is down about 0.5%. The S&P is down a small fraction. The NASDAQ, though, hanging on to a very small gain. A huge deal for South Korea's Samsung. It'll produce AI chips for Tesla at a new plant being built near Tesla's headquarters in Texas. This $16.5 billion deal runs through the end of 2033. And last night at Comic-Con in San Diego, a Stormtrooper helmet from the Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope movie, sold at auction for $256,000. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, where the experts come to listen. Ariel Cohen, Atlantic Council.
I'm listening every morning when I'm driving into Washington, D.C. You're terrific.
Representative David Schweikert.
One of the reasons I love Bloomberg is I'm allowed to geek out.
Jared Bernstein, former White House Council of Economic Advisors Chair.
I was driving around, I put on your show. I learned 5 things in about 3 minutes.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app, and always on Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
How is Africa riding the crypto wave? Why are record coffee prices a double-edged sword? And what do China's economic woes mean for African debt? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja. Join me for Next Africa, a podcast from Bloomberg that offers a weekly dive into one business or economic story from across the continent. Listen to Next Africa on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The data that matters for your investments.
Almost every stock in the S&P 500 is in the red.
And analysis on the companies making news on Wall Street.
Oil stocks in particular on the move.
Robinhood, this was an all-time high.
Listen to the Stock Movers Report from Bloomberg.
Jefferies upgraded a stock to buy.
It's your short audio report on the day's winners and losers in the stock market.
Micron in the after hours. What's going on?
Subscribe to the Stock Movers Report on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, across Bloomberg platforms. Carol Masser, Tim Stenivek, live here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Gotta say, I'm kind of stealing a line from one of the early stories on the Bloomberg, but if there ever was a 5-day stretch that would define the second half of the year, Tim, this is it.
Okay, what do we have? We got a lot of companies reporting earnings this week, mega cap tech and more. There's also, Carol, a Fed meeting. It kicks off tomorrow, and we hear from Jay Powell on Wednesday.
So much. A moment of truth. So says ISI Evercore's Julian Emanuel, which may explain why stocks are little change at this hour. They're definitely off their best levels of the session, slightly lower on both the S&P and the Dow, just slightly higher on the NASDAQ 100. As Tim mentioned, some big tech earnings coming our way. There was, though, some initial enthusiasm when it comes to those trade deals that continue to seemingly be worked out between the United States and the rest of the world. We want to kind of get into what exactly has been agreed to.
Also, President Trump talking about everything from tariffs, humanitarian aid for Gaza, less time for President Putin, and pressure on the Fed. We're going to zero in on life in Gaza and for Palestinians a little later, too.
Geopolitics continue to be front and center as well. As we mentioned, big week when it comes to economic data. Plus, we get a Fed decision. Nancy Lazar, chief economist over at Piper Sandler, sets the table for Fed Chief Jay Powell. Quite a menu of things you can kind of look at and talk about.
Also, maybe a little break from the dense news flow of this week with a little sports. Rick Welch, the CEO of the Dallas Mavericks, is going to join us to talk about the upcoming season. And yes, that surprising #1 draft pick.
It's only Monday at 2 p.m. Wall Street time. I feel like already a lot going on. All right, let's set the stage for you on this Monday, where we are with about 2 hours to go until we wrap up trade. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We've got the Dow, the S&P. They are both lower right now. NASDAQ holding on to gains. Stocks wavering near records. Bonds edge lower. Right now, the S&P is down 7, 63.81 where we stand. A drop today of 0.1%. In the early going, we were trading at a record, but right now we've got the S&P pulling back. The Dow down 123, lower by 0.3%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 38, up by about 0.2%. And that Mag 7 index ahead of all those Mag 7 stocks reporting earnings this week. Right now, our index is up by 0.6%. Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, and Meta all on deck this coming week. The 10-year 4.40% with the 2-year that's currently yielding 3.92%. Gold is down $26 the ounce at $33.11, a decline of 0.8%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2%, $66.44 for a barrel of WTI. A 1% drop in Bitcoin now at 117,667 on Bitcoin. Among the names reporting today after the close of trading, we will be hearing from Rambus. That stock up 1.8%, also reporting Cadence Design Systems. Cadence down by just under 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Master along with Tim Stenovec. Well, as President Trump barrels toward his latest tariff deadline, the damage to the global economy from American protectionism is becoming increasingly evident, even if financial markets seem to have decided they can live without it. So notes Bloomberg's Sean Donnan today. He writes about it on the terminal. As for President Trump, he praised the deals that the United States is making. He was talking earlier alongside UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer from Scotland.
We're making, great deals. We're making deals that are good for us, but we want them to be good for everybody. It's important. We're going to be setting a tariff for essentially the rest of the world, and that's what they're going to pay if they want to do business in the United States.
That, of course, was President Trump with the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer this morning from Scotland earlier. Let's get into the latest on those trade negotiations. With us from Bloomberg News, Washington, D.C. Bureau is White House correspondent Catherine Lucy. Catherine, good to have you here. We've been kind of obsessed a little bit about kind of thinking about all the news we're getting. We saw earlier enthusiasm in the markets. Bloomberg's Sean Donnan writes on the intersection of trade and the U.S. economy. You know that. He writes about frameworks, preliminary accords, tariff deals, trade agreements, just some of the words kind of used to describe what President Trump is inking with economies like the EU, Japan, and a handful of others on that home stretch before that deadline in August. What exactly are these deals? Are there specifics, or is it mostly a handshake or something written out on a napkin and a lot more to be worked out?
Well, I think the word framework might be the best term to use here. There are some details on these deals. There's some details we have on the latest agreement with the EU, but these aren't fulsome trade agreements that, in the sort of traditional sense of the word. We do not have those kinds of deals. Take sometimes years to negotiate. So we have some details that have been released so far, but certainly there are questions that have to be answered. And as we saw with some of the previous agreements, there was an initial announcement with a few terms, and then more negotiations and discussions continued beyond that.
So if these are frameworks and they're not necessarily full-fledged trade deals at this point, what is to make sure that a country actually follows through with what is laid out in a framework?
Well, the president has made very clear that he is going to impose tariffs on countries that he does not make deals with, and he is prepared to be tough when it comes to trade. And I think what you've seen is a lot of countries that have wanted to come to the table and have wanted to make deals. So I think, and economies like the EU. So I think in that sense, the U.S. has seen a lot of places trying to work with them to come to resolutions here.
In your view, what's still left to resolve before the first of this month?
Well, some countries still have not established deals with the U.S., especially some of the smaller economies. As we know, details are still to be worked out. With some pieces of the China deal have not been discussed yet, and with things like the EU, not every sector has been addressed. So there's a lot of sort of fine print that they still have to work on.
Yeah, it's exactly. I mean, typically, and to be fair, right? I mean, a trade deal, we know China, this is one of the focal points this week to see what the U.S. and China gets done. Having said that, something like a trade agreement with U.S. and China, this isn't something you just put together in a couple of days or a week. It's going to take a long time, right, to work and hammer out all the details.
No, these things are really complicated and typically take teams of negotiators and lawyers and a lot of negotiations. They've certainly started some, and they're continuing, and we'll see how that unfolds.
If we think about this from the perspective of the European Union and expectations that the European Union had ahead of this framework, ahead of this deal, ahead of this agreement, call it whatever you will, well, how does this align with expectations going into this weekend?
I think the EU is trying to frame this as this could have been a lot worse. At one point, the president was threatening, 50% tariffs. So I think in that sense, they are relieved that they are not looking at that number. But remember, you guys remember that, a few weeks ago, the EU was hopeful of getting to a 10% deal. So this falls a little bit in the middle. I think they are pleased to have inked at least some of something, and are talking a lot about the stability that this offers, that this gives them, some framework going forward. But certainly, I think they had hoped for, at least at one point in time, we're hoping for a little bit better.
All right, we're going to leave it on that note. Hey, listen, thank you so much, Catherine. Glad we could check in, kind of hear the latest, as we've all been really focused on certainly trade and investors too, although the enthusiasm seems to have waned a bit on Wall Street. White House correspondent Catherine Lucy. All right, as we mentioned, Tim and I setting the stage at the top, a lot coming at investors this week. And I mentioned Julian Emanuel over at Evercore ISI calling this a moment of truth for the markets because you've got big tech earnings, some of those Mag 7. You've got the trade negotiations, like we just talked with Catherine. You've got the FOMC, the jobs report, and earnings report. It's a lot, Tim.
Let's ask Nancy Lazar all about it. She's chief economist for Piper Sandler. She joins us from Aspen. Which is the biggest element on your radar this week? We opened our program talking about, okay, yes, the trade deals. Those are obviously very big. We have everything happening when it comes to tariff deadlines later this week. We've got earnings out this week from some of the mega cap tech players. And then, of course, the jobs report coming at us on Friday, not to mention Fed Chair Jay Powell coming at us on Wednesday. How are you making sense of it?
Well, I think really the consumer spending data we're going to see for the month of June from an economic perspective is going to be really important. Our best guess is that the consumer is going through a soft patch right now. We have already clearly seen that in the retail sales data. Within consumer spending, we're going to get more information on services. We heard last week from some of the service-oriented consumer companies, airlines, hotels, restaurants, that consumer spending in the service sector also is a little squishy. It's not just goods, it's also the service side. So consumer spending, how weak will it be as we go into the third quarter, excuse me. We are expecting a soft patch. We think it will be on the softer side, reflecting in part demand was pulled forward in anticipation of these tariffs. And you have already seen price increases, and that's also impacting consumer spending.
How do you make sense of that, given what we heard from airlines over the last couple of weeks? Not every airline, of course, but I'm talking mainly of United and Delta, who said, as we got a little clarity about what was happening with tariffs late June, early July, we started to see a real big turnaround when it came to consumer spending. How do you gel those two things?
I think it really is a bifurcated consumer. One of these days, I look forward to not using that word anymore. We've talked about that for a couple of years now, but there is really a bifurcation. The higher end business oriented airlines are, I'm not an airline analyst, but they are being supported by the higher end and businesses. Whereas the airlines that reported last week, a couple of them anyway, and again today, some layoffs, those are more for the lower end consumer. And the lower end consumer is really getting squeezed from these tariffs. It is basically a regressive tax on the consumer. So the bifurcation, companies that are geared toward businesses and the higher end consumer can plow through this. Those that are more tied to the lower end consumer are struggling. The consumer really is looking at price points right now.
I want to get to what our Sean Donnan wrote about on the Bloomberg today and at Bloomberg.com. And that has to do, Nancy, with the damage to the global economy from American protectionism. He notes that it's becoming increasingly evident, even if financial markets get somewhat excited as we see trade deals being done. He says it all amounts to another step change in the trade barrier that the president has erected around America, which is starting to reshape trade and investment patterns worldwide. Not his opinion, but his reporting out that Sean has done here at Bloomberg. And Bloomberg Economics saying the hit to the world economy will reach $2 trillion by the end of 2027 relative to its pre-trade war path. It's going to be a different global environment, yes?
Well, for sure, it's going to be a different global environment. But I think we have to look at the economy as three-dimensional chess, not just as a flat board. No question, tariffs are a tax. I'm definitely more for free trade, but I'm also for fair trade. Maybe we can shake one little positive out of this and get some fair trade, i.e. incrementally sell more to Japan and Europe in particular. But to be sure, right now our effective tariff rate that we're calculating is about 17. Now it's down dramatically, but 17 is the highest since the 1930s. And so to be sure, that is a headwind to global growth. But I think that is just one part of the puzzle. The second thing that's going on in the United States is the capital spending cycle. And the tax legislation, or that was just passed actually in the One Big Beautiful Bill, indeed does very, very, very significant accelerated depreciation for capital spending, full CapEx depreciation for 80% of CapEx. That is going to be a significant boost to cash flow, corporate cash flow. We've already heard that last week. We had 4 companies, AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, and United Rental, all say this tax legislation is a support for their cash flow. So again, I think we can't just look at one level. We have to look at what's going to happen to capital spending. And capital spending, I call it the ugly duckling of economic data. It's underappreciated for what it does for growth. It creates productivity, profitability, and lifts potential GDP growth. And that eventually lifts living standards. So quite frankly, I think that article is a little bit way too one-sided, and you need to look at the bigger picture. And near term, again, this economic soft patch for sure, but you're already seeing signs, the companies that I mentioned, you're seeing it in data where U.S. capital spending is picking up, and that's going to come back and help not only productivity, but the job cycle as we go through 2026. So it's important to look at the bigger picture. And I didn't mention deregulation. I'll stop, but that's also another really important support for the U.S. and therefore the global economy.
But is it okay? And one of the things I want to go back to is you say support for the labor market. We had Rob Kaplan on, former president of the Dallas Fed, on Friday, and he talked repeatedly over the tight labor market and the impact of immigration perhaps on that and how that could then impact U.S. growth. So I just want to throw that out there. But when you talk about CapEx and what it can do for growth, certainly great for company balance sheets, does it help workers? Does it actually provide momentum throughout the economy?
Absolutely. Again, it's called a business cycle for a reason. And when businesses invest, again, they improve their profitability through productivity. And if companies are making more money, if their cash flow is indeed going up, that is incentive to spend, not only on capital spending, but eventually on jobs and in wages. And you see it historically in the data. Again, capital spending always grows faster than housing. Capital spending, except potentially in recession, capital spending always grows faster than consumer spending. And so it's really, really underappreciated. Businesses create jobs and pay wages. So near term, absolutely. I would argue we're in a soft patch. The unemployment rate is grinding higher. Although initial claims have come down a little bit, continuing claims remain elevated. Companies, I'm not sure the labor market is tight. Continuing claims remain very elevated. Companies are reluctant to hire given the trade uncertainty. We think as we go into 2026, the improvement in corporate profits, which right now are sluggish, but they'll improve into 2026, then leads to a stronger labor market. So yes, there's nothing more beneficial for the consumer than stronger productivity growth, a low inflationary environment, and that gives you stronger real income growth.
To what extent is that productivity growth, in your view, hampered or not by tariffs?
I don't think it really is hampered by tariffs per se. Incrementally, maybe from higher cost of certain investments. As a result, we are seeing an increase in the price of certain capital goods. So at the margin, that is a little bit of a nick. But this is a very significant full CapEx depreciation, which, again, those four companies early on in this earnings season, I can't wait to hear what happens over the next couple of weeks, that I have seen significant savings in cash flow. So we don't know yet the full quote unquote saving to companies from this new depreciation schedule, and it could more than offset anything, which I think it does, from a tariff perspective. So tariffs are a one-time tax versus capital spending has a very long tail. And will help the economy at least through 26, if not into 27.
So Nancy, we've got a Fed meeting, as you well know, Fed decision on Wednesday. So you say we're in a bit of a soft patch right now, but you're looking for improvement in 2026, and you see profits leading to a stronger labor market. If we've already got stimulus coming as a result of some of the tax measures by the president's big, beautiful bill, then does the Fed should they not do anything for maybe the rest of the year because they don't need to? There's stimulus already coming and they've got to be careful about inflation. Just got about 40 seconds.
Yes, I would agree that the Fed doesn't need to cut rates. Our guess is they probably do, according to my colleague Benson, at least once, but we don't really need more than that. They already cut rates 100 basis points last fall, and that's still working its way through into the economy. So good point. Combination of the incremental, I don't want to call it fiscal stimulus. It's basically an implicit tax cut for corporations, and deregulation are not inflationary. They're actually disinflationary through improving productivity. growth. But net, no, we really don't need it, but we'll probably get at least one.
All right. Great to get some time with you again. Nancy, thank you so much. Have a good week. Nancy Lazar, she's chief economist over at Piper Sandler. Coming up next, the devastating reality that is Gaza and life for many Palestinians. We head to the region when we come back to you. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We're looking at a market, Tim, that is just off its lows of this session, but little changes overall.
Yeah, the S&P 500 down about 0.1%. The Dow down 0.3%. The NASDAQ Composite up 0.2%. Perhaps investors being a little patient to hear what we hear from Fed Chair Jay Powell on Wednesday. And then, of course, those mega cap tech companies reporting after the bell later this week.
In case you missed it, check out our latest Bloomberg Business Week Daily podcast featuring Goldman Sachs Vice Chair and former Dallas Fed President Rob Kaplan on Fed Chair Jay Powell's path forward. You can download it now at Bloomberg.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Did you know Bloomberg Radio is on Amazon Alexa? Get live business news and market headlines 24 hours a day anywhere you have an Alexa device. Just say, Alexa, play Bloomberg Radio.
Gatorade Zero, the #1 proven electrolyte blend, made with zero sugar. Designed to hydrate better than water so you can lose more sweat and push more limits. Gatorade Zero, is it in you?
Join us in Atlanta or via live stream on August 12th for Bloomberg's Business Value of AI event and networking reception. This event will gather business and technology executives to share their experiences and provide insight into how to best use data to optimize the customer experience. You'll also learn how companies have successfully implemented AI agents that have led to improved productivity and profitability. This program is proudly sponsored by IBM. Register at bloomberglive.com/AI/Atlanta.
I always had to be so good, no one could ignore me. Carve my path with data and drive. But some people only see who I am on paper. The paper ceiling, the limitations from degree screens to stereotypes that are holding back over 70 million stars. Workers skilled through alternative routes rather than a bachelor's degree. It's time for skills to speak for themselves. Find resources for breaking through barriers at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
On a recent edition of the Odd Lots podcast, how Chinese manufacturers are countering President Trump's trade war. Hosts Joe and Tracy speak with Cameron Johnson, a partner at Tidal Wave Solutions, a consulting firm based in Shanghai.
One of the things we have seen is that a lot of companies now are upskilling, right? They're going to put the higher margin and higher level products in China. They'll put the lower products outside of China. Think of Vietnam versus China. China can make any SKU you want, known demand, essentially. Vietnam can't make that many. So when you actually look at the trade flows, Vietnam produces far fewer SKUs and ships them to the States. China ships it to the rest of the world.
Wait, talk more about shifting, I guess, lower quality production into other areas. Because again, a lot of people, when they think of China, will still think of basic goods manufacturing, right? When in fact, I think it's progressed quite a lot since then.
It has, and often, when you look at kind of the last 10 years to a short history, when the first trade war came out, a lot of companies want to do China +1, +2, right? You have a primary manufacturer in China, then you have, a sister factory maybe in Southeast Asia, Latin America, that kind of thing. What has happened now is that those factories now outside of China are also being upskilled, but they're also being more specialized. In China, you can still upskill, and because of the local ecosystems that offer you far more advantage than anywhere else in the world, particularly for certain products, you'll still keep that and eat the margin within the tariffs. But in other places, it gives you more flexibility. So now if you're in Vietnam, for example, sure, you might have a 20% tariff from the States, but when you compare with China, you're still getting that margin and you'll be okay. The reality is when you actually look at what's happening overall in the tariff schedules, it's a mess. Nobody knows what's going on. And in fact, we're hearing now that some companies actually are reshoring manufacturing back to China.
That's what's on a recent edition of the Odd Lots podcast. Listen to the full episode on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P. They are both lower. NASDAQ holding on to gains. S&P very close to session lows right now. S&P 500 index is down 10 to 63.78. Have been trading at a record earlier in the session, down now by about 0.2%. Dow Industrials down 143 on the Dow. Drop right now of 0.3%. NASDAQ up 31, a gain there of 0.1%. Bottom line here, stocks wavering near records, bonds edging lower. We've got the 10-year at 4.40% with the 2-year 3.92%. Spot gold down $24 the ounce, 33.13, down 0.7%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.2%, 66.62 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin now down 1.1%, 117,533 on Bitcoin. After the close of trading today, we'll be hearing from Rambus and Cadence Design Systems. Shares of Rambus now are trading higher by 1.7%. Cadence back in the green, up by 0.1%. And getting word this hour that Spirit Airlines is going to furlough roughly 270 pilots and demote 140 more as the financially struggling carrier trims its workforce to match a reduced flying schedule. Recapping, S&P down 10, down 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Now to a very serious global issue. We're going to start in the Middle East, where President Donald Trump said the U.S. would work on a new effort to provide food aid to alleviate starvation in Gaza, along with other governments and organizations, including the UK and the European Union. His comments from this morning from Scotland in a press conference with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
The United States will be helping with the food. You know, we have a lot of access to food. We got a lot of food ourselves, and we're going to bring it over there. We're also going to make sure that they don't have barriers stopping people. We're going to be getting some good, strong food. We can save a lot of people. I mean, some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it. And you can't fake that. So we're going to be even more involved.
That's President Trump earlier today from Scotland. We're going to head to Tel Aviv now to Bloomberg News Israel Bureau Chief Ethan Bronner. Ethan, we've all seen the pictures by now of starving Palestinians, many of whom are children. You've wrote about this, and you wrote about this last week in the back and forth, what the Israeli government has said is happening, what many in the worldwide community has said is happening, what the World Health Organization said is happening. In your view, what is going on?
Tim, I mean, I wish I had the wisdom for a genuinely deep answer. I think there can be no question that people are going hungry in Gaza. I think that we are now beyond any discussion of that. The issue begins to get complicated when we're talking about famine or starvation and whose fault it is and how long it's been going on. And I have to tell you that as a reporter here who can't get into Gaza, I mean, the Israeli military and government have barred us from going in. It's been a source of enormous frustration for the entire 2 years almost that this war has gone on. You have international aid organizations talking about starvation, and you have the Israeli military saying none of it. So I think that for a while it was exaggerated. It may still be exaggerated, but it is real. And even the Israelis have acknowledged it. And indeed, as you just noted, so has President Trump. So a very difficult situation is underway where people don't have food to eat just 50 miles from where I'm sitting.
Ethan, so many ways to go here, but one thing I want to say is you say for the most part, everyone has agreed that there's no starvation, but Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says that there's no starvation in Gaza.
So, right, I said I think we can all agree there is hunger. Right. I mean, these are these various technical definitions. He has said there's no starvation. He doesn't seem to be right. I think the next question is there famine? I'm not sure I know how to distinguish among these things, but clearly one, as we go down the words, we get to a more difficult situation. There is no question there is hunger. Even the Israeli military, which held a briefing for us a few days ago, used the phrase food insecurity when I pressed the spokesman, the colonel, at some length about it. So there's no doubt about that. But, and we see people, we see what they look like, and we hear people talking about having no food and being afraid of dying from it. So this is not a joke.
How do reports of the hunger happening there coincide with Israel blocking aid supplies for Gaza in early March?
So at that point, I'm not a government spokesman, as you know, but the Israeli argument at that time was that that Hamas was hoarding huge amounts of this food, and that there was enough of it for a while, and that Israel was going to find a way to keep it out of the hands of Hamas for a bunch of reasons. Their main complaint was that Hamas was taking the food aid, feeding its own militants, keeping it from ordinary people, and then selling it on the market so as to continue their war against Israel. That has been challenged in various ways, but some version of that seems to be true. And that's why Israel did it, and then set up this rather inefficient organization to try to skirt Hamas, and that has not gone well.
We have a viewer who has written in and said, "Well, I'm wondering why President Trump is not pushing for a permanent end to the Gaza war." I guess if it was easy, it would be done.
You're
right?
hoping I can answer that question. Look,
I know. Forgive you such a test, but I think it's been going on for how long?
I would say the following: that for most people abroad, for most people anywhere, the idea that there's a war is terrible. Wars are terrible. Okay, but we do have a war underway between two forces. Israel believes that if Hamas is not eliminated, that it will reconstitute itself as a threat to Israel. I think that President Trump is somewhat sympathetic to that idea. Now, while they're trying to eliminate Hamas, if people are starving, if ordinary people have no food, this is a separate issue. So in theory, and again, I'm not the president's spokesman, in theory, if they could flood the area with food over the next weeks, then they could start their war up again, because Hamas is, after all, holding 50 Israeli hostages and has said it will not step down from power or give up its arms, which from Israel's perspective is a danger to Israel. So I think that the president is somewhat sympathetic to that reasoning. Whether that's appropriate reasoning, we can discuss at another time.
And we should point out that this week we have dozens of ministers that are gathering at the United Nations in a conference to really push for a two-state solution between Israel and the Palestinians. Mm-hmm. We should also point out, Tim, that the U.S. and Israel have boycotted this event.
Ethan, we've spoken to you constantly over the last 21 months or so after October 7th. And one thing that you've shared with us throughout that time from Israel is the view of the Israeli public, support of the war, support of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. You've written in the last couple of weeks about some weakening support within the government, which he still does control after walkouts. But what about on the ground in Tel Aviv? And based on your reporting, is there still widespread support for this conflict?
I think it is weakening. I would say that the photos and the videos of starving people, and especially starving children, in recent days has taken a toll on the public support, in addition to a range of other things: dying soldiers, the sense that Israel is increasingly isolated internationally. There are increasing reports of Israelis being attacked on the street in Greece and in Austria and so on. So there is a growing fatigue with all of that, and Hamas does not been destroyed. So I think there is. We don't have polls yet from this week showing it, but there is. I hear it around dinner tables. I hear it from friends. I hear it from colleagues. There is a growing challenge to the legitimacy and the justice of this. If with all these things happening, people are also starving, and the hostages are not being freed. So yes, I can't tell you that there is a majority against the war, because I don't know that. But my instinct is that it is dropping.
Hamas, how powerful are they still? And I'm just thinking about the attacks in Iran, and we thought the Iranian proxies, and we thought that there was progress on this front. What do we know?
Well, we know that they're able to recruit lots of young people to join their forces. It's not surprising given what's been going on for 2 years and longer in Gaza for ordinary people. So I think that there is some degree of strength. The problem is strength when you're a guerrilla organization basically means survival and being able to poke the bear, which is Israel. So it still has that ability to do it, and nobody is able to replace Hamas right now in Gaza. Israel's argument is that once it can really break the back of the organization properly, people will emerge who are willing to take up governing the place. We will see whether that's true or not. With reference to what you referred to about a two-state solution, the argument there is that non-Hamas Palestinians who are associated with the Fatah movement and with the Palestinian Authority could take over. The Israeli government's argument is that they are not sufficiently different from Hamas. They too teach their children to hate Israel. And the second argument they make is they will ultimately lose out to the more radical forces. We can't afford to let that state exist. So we're in a very difficult place.
It's an impossible question to answer, Ethan, but it's a question I think worth pondering. If the situation that you laid out is indeed what comes to pass, and I guess I could say if and when the hostages are released, then what?
Well, one of the problems with the question, Tim, is that many people believe that the hostages will never all be released because it is the only currency that Hamas holds in order to hold Israel over any barrel of any kind. Now, what may happen is this government may decide that it's gotten all the hostages out through any deals it can, and it moves in fully militarily, and the remaining hostages are either killed or rescued. And then once there are no more hostages, then Israel might continue militarily even further. Or with President Trump's encouragement and the world's anger, this government might return to negotiating with Hamas, indirect negotiations in either Qatar or Egypt, as they've been happening, and some attempt to cut a deal, at least a partial deal. But, what is the future is a very legitimate question, and I don't have the answer.
Yeah, it's just amazing and just disturbing from so many different angles, the situation. Do you expect anything to come out of this meeting at the UN? Just real quickly.
No, I don't. Depends by anything. There can't be anything definitive out of it.
Right.
A state of Palestine will not exist as a result of this meeting. It insists that the world would like that to be the solution, and at the moment, there is not a majority in Israel that embraces that solution.
All right, going to leave it there. Ethan, thank you, as always. Ethan Bronner, Israel Bureau Chief at Bloomberg News, joining us from Tel Aviv, Israel, on this Monday. All right, folks, we are headed for a break. We're looking at stocks just bumping along their lows of the session, down about 9 on the S&P 500. NASDAQ 100, though, holding on to a gain of 37. Some big mega cap tech earnings, though, coming our way this week in a big way.
When we come back, we're going to switch gears and talk a little sports, the highs and lows of the past year. Rick Welts, CEO of the Dallas Mavericks, joins us next.
CBS News Brief. President Trump is in Scotland today and says he told the Israeli Prime Minister aid must get to Palestinians in a different way.
We're going to set up food centers, and we're going to do it in conjunction with some very good people.
Israel has begun pausing military operations for several hours a day to allow aid in. 2 people have been killed and 3 others hospitalized after a shooting at a casino in Reno, Nevada. Nearly 190 million Americans are under some sort of heat advisory today, from Florida to Iowa and all along the East Coast. Scott Marder of the Red Cross in Baltimore.
Extreme heat kills more people in the United States than any other natural disaster. Obviously, staying in air conditioning helps. But if you don't have air conditioning, go to a shopping mall or a library or a cooling center.
Colorado coach Deion Sanders says he was diagnosed with an aggressive form of bladder cancer, but after surgery, his doctors consider him cured. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
Attention, take advantage of this limited time offer at Pepe Cadillac. Test drive any electric Cadillac from our lineup and you'll receive a $75 gift card just for taking the wheel. Experience the future with the all-new Vistique, the first ever Escalade IQL, the iconic Escalade IQ, the compact and dynamic Optique, or the bold and luxurious Lyric. The future is electric and Cadillac is leading the way. Visit us in White Plains today. It's not just a Cadillac, it's a Pepe Cadillac.
From the state courts
Tell us a little about the facts of the case.
to the Supreme Court,
Can Congress force a judicial code on the justices?
June Grosso delivers your legal intelligence.
Multiple lawsuits were filed against the emergency rule.
The Bloomberg Law Podcast.
Is the toughest hurdle for prosecutors proving Trump's intent?
Listen live weeknights at 6 Eastern on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app or anywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
One of the most urgent documentaries of 2025 is streaming now on Jolt. Based on groundbreaking reporting by Bloomberg's Olivia Carville, Can't Look Away reveals the hidden dangers social media poses to our kids.
It's invasion of your home. These kids have no safe place.
The social media companies are targeting them.
We're going to have several lost generations of kids.
From award-winning filmmakers Perry Peltz and Matt O'Neill, watch Can't Look Away now on Jolt.film. That's JOLT.film.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Traders are staring down a pivotal week that will likely set the tone for the rest of the year, both in the markets and the economy. We'll find out if the Fed is holding firm on interest rates, and also we'll hear from big tech companies like Amazon, Apple, Meta, and Microsoft. An analyst with Evercore says this week will be a moment of truth for the markets. Right now, it's a mixed bag on Wall Street. The Dow is down a third, the S&P is down a tenth, while the Nasdaq is up a tenth. Now that the U.S. and the European Union have agreed to a framework for a trade deal that includes a 15% tariff on EU goods imported into the U.S., the focus is now on China. Another round of talks kicked off today. The talks with the Chinese are part of a flurry of U.S. trade negotiations set off by President Trump's Liberation Day tariffs against dozens of countries. Since then, some talks have borne fruit, while others have not. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast, a conversation with PIMCO economist Tiffany Wilding.
Tiffany, let's start at the back here on jobs day as well. Will the chairman know the jobs data Wednesday afternoon when the Fed decides?
So our understanding is the Fed chair, like others in government, get it the day before the meeting, I think after 5 p.m. So our understanding is no, they won't know what the jobs number is on Wednesday when they meet to discuss. But I think just taking a step back, I'm not sure if they did, it would really matter that much. I think they pretty much signaled pretty clearly here that they're going to hold rates steady. They need a little bit more information before they start to move again. And we think that happens in the back half of this year.
Jerome Schneider taught me how to analyze the residual, which is the real 10-year yield. But I've noticed that the real yield's not moving because there's a new sustained belief in a inflation number. Do you agree with that? That the summary is a permanent higher inflation?
I think that real yields are high because there's this expectation that you could get some inflationary pressures from tariffs. And the Federal Reserve has been on pause all year because they're worried about that. Inflation, even if it's temporary in the back half of this year into next, could be problematic because we're coming off of this period of elevated inflation, and you could have people that are adjusting higher their inflation expectations. You mentioned the Michigan survey. It's come off in recent months in terms of people's expectations for inflation, but nevertheless, it's been elevated. So I think that's what the concern is for the Federal Reserve here.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks lower right now, but holding near records, with the S&P 500 index down about 8 points. That's a drop of 0.1%. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 104, down 0.2%. The Nasdaq Composite Index, pushing higher, up 32 points, higher by 0.1%. Our Mag 7 Index up 0.6%. That index includes Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, and Meta. All four names do report this week. 10-year, 4.40%, with a 2-year, 3.92%. Right now, spot gold is down $23 the ounce to $33.14, down 0.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude is rallying 2.6%, 66.87 a barrel. And a retreat for Bitcoin down 1% at 117,670 on Bitcoin. Open Door Technologies is postponing a shareholder vote on a reverse stock split after a recent run-up in the company's shares. Open Door had previously scheduled a special meeting due to a notification from NASDAQ that it could be delisted for failing to maintain a stock price of $1 or more. Open Door right now down by 7.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, 4 months after the Dallas Mavericks fans held a mock funeral for the franchise outside its arena following the trade of star forward Luka Doncic, they rushed back to the team's home court to celebrate what they hope will be its rebirth. It happened just about a month ago as about 6,000 people watched from the stands of the American Airlines Center as the team selected Duke University's Cooper Flagg with the top pick in the NBA's draft. Well, we've got a lot to talk about, and we've got the perfect guest. Rick Welts is with us. He's the CEO of the Dallas Mavericks, and we also have with us Bloomberg News Texas Bureau Chief Julie Fine, both of them in our Dallas Bureau. Julie, Rick, great to have you here with Tim and myself. Rick, got to start with Cooper Flagg. You were with him when he first got to Dallas. The team had such a slim chance of getting that first draft pick. How has he kind of melded into the organization so far?
Would you call a slim chance 1.8%?
Super slim.
Of chances, super slim. He's been great. He arrived in town with his parents, his brother, grandparents. He's a testament to great parenting. I experienced that at Golden State, my last job with Steph Curry, and what great parenting can mean. He's the most decorated 18-year-old in the history of the game of basketball at this point, coming in with incredibly high expectations, but really everything you could see being around him for a few days, from mindset, from attitude, from work ethic, everything you can see gives you a lot of hope he's going to be everything that basketball fans expect him to be, and maybe a little more.
You know, Rick, he comes here to Dallas after a pretty tumultuous time for the franchise. At this point, from a business sense, are you doing okay? Did you lose season ticket holders? How about sponsorships?
So I got here January 1st. I'm here because Dallas is such an amazing market. The history of fan support here is just incredible. We have an expression here, Mavs fans for life. And I walked into that trying to, just being thrilled to represent the Mavericks in this market. But trading Luka, which happened on February 1st, pretty much broke the internet. And it was not something that our fans expected, and certainly not something that they embraced. And so we went through 100 days of grieving, with our fan base, understanding what this kid meant to Dallas. But now with Cooper here, I think the focus again on the future. Sponsors are probably ringing our phone a little bit more than we've ever had before. Season ticket holders are back in greater numbers than they were last season. So far, so good.
We talked a little bit earlier about time and forgiveness after something like that happens. I mean, now when you look back a few months later and moving forward, how do you feel?
Feeling great. We're going to start the season with 3 number one picks. Anthony Davis, Kyrie Irving, and Cooper Flagg, all number 1 in the NBA draft. Another future Hall of Famer in addition to Anthony and Kyrie is Klay Thompson. We're feeling great about the team that we're going to field next year, and we're feeling great about the momentum that Cooper has brought to the Mavericks.
Rick, apart from winning How else can you continue to rebuild or redevelop that trust between the organization and the fan base?
I think that's a great question. I think what I'm walking into is an organization that probably has set the standard in terms of community engagement. Not rehashing the past, but the Mavericks had a pretty existential crisis 6-7 years ago when there were a lot of media coverage of what was really a broken culture here at the Mavericks. St. Marshall came in as chief executive officer at the time and spent the last 6-7 years rebuilding the relationship between fans, civic organizations, religious organizations, government organizations in Dallas, and the Mavericks. It became a point of pride again to be associated with the Mavericks. So that reservoir of goodwill still exists. We're going to combine that with that time-tested formula of time and winning. And I think it gives us a reason to be super optimistic. By the way, at a time when we're talking about building a brand new arena and entertainment district in the city of Dallas that'll be home for the Mavericks for decades to come.
And Rick, we want to talk about the arena. I got to go back though to Luka, and I'm just curious, we've all done things where we're like, if I could do that over. And you talked about the 100 days of grieving. Do you have any regrets, or did you learn anything, especially, based on your fan reaction? But first of all, any regrets in making the trade?
You can't have fear or regrets in this business, right? It's all about how you move forward. And, so it doesn't really serve a purpose to have regrets. What I will say, I learned about the depth of the connection between Mavericks fans and this team. And that to me was glass half full, because I knew we could restore that over time. I didn't think it would happen quite as quickly, perhaps, as this happened. I would also say I'm incredibly proud of how the organization presented itself for Luka's first game back at American Airlines Center when he was a Los Angeles Laker. I think if you watched that game, it was an opportunity for fans to say thank you. I think you saw the emotion on Luka's face. You saw the way that night unfolded in tributes to Luka. I think he'll always be such a big part of the history here. And, we wish him nothing but good luck, but we also hope we beat his team every time we play him.
So do well, but not too well. We get it.
I want to touch back on the stadium. Your current lease is up in 2030. So I know you're looking for new spaces. How committed are you to doing it in the city of Dallas?
So we publicly said that we are going to exhaust every opportunity to place the new Mavericks Arena in the city limits of Dallas. That's 100% of our focus right now, working with the city manager's office and the mayor's office, identifying potential sites, evaluating those sites for how they work for transportation, how they work for accessibility to our season ticket base. So we're in it all the way with Dallas. I expect we're going to be successful in finding that location.
When do you think you will have an announcement by when we've located this? Are you putting a deadline on yourself?
Well, I know 6 years sounds like a long time. In my view, we're on the clock. It takes this long to build a project of the magnitude that we're talking about building. This isn't just an arena. This is a 35 to 40 acre entertainment district. It'll have hotels. It'll have all kinds of restaurant options. It'll have other things that fans are going to do when they attend a Mavericks game. And it'll be the most amazing place ever to watch an NBA basketball game. So we're on the clock. We're hoping that by the end of this calendar year, at the latest first quarter next year, that we'll be able to have a flag in the ground, if you'll excuse the expression, of where the new Mavericks Arena.
Rick, the building of stadiums throughout the country has been a pretty fraught process over the last couple of decades. In Buffalo, the state of New York kicked in funds for a new stadium. Kansas City is working on state funding, but in both instances, taxpayers had a lot to say about billionaires getting their money. Is this stadium going to be a private project?
Well, certainly the majority of it would be a private project. It depends on where we land, what the challenges are going to be from a transportation and infrastructure standpoint. I think one very fair ask everywhere in projects like this is that the city or whatever the governmental entity is assists in helping fans get there and helping create an infrastructure that works really well. But I don't expect the level of funding that you've seen in some of the other projects, and we're not asking for that. We actually haven't asked for anything at this point. It's going to be very site specific on the things that the city could do or is prepared to do. It'll have to be something that's very acceptable to the city government of Dallas, whatever that might be.
All right, acceptable. Excuse me. So, do you think that they might change the whole state, if you will, when it comes to gambling? And I only bring that up because Bloomberg News did talk with Patrick Dumont, and when he first bought the club, he wants to see gambling in the state. They're spending money on lobbyists. We know gambling is illegal in Texas, but you talked about this new stadium, this new arena being an incredible entertainment space. Would you like to see gambling be a part of it?
The two are absolutely not connected in any way. This project going forward is 100% focused on creating a sports entertainment district that does not include a casino or gambling component. So we're full speed ahead with that. That's the Sands Corporation. This is the Dallas Mavericks, and we have a project that we envision that does not include any sort of gambling component.
Oftentimes when you talk about the NBA, then you go to the WNBA. And I frequently hear people saying, oh, the WNBA is having a moment. The WNBA has been around for a while, but now there's a lot of new eyes on it. And of course, Paige Becker's here in Dallas, along with Cooper Flagg. But with your experience working in the WNBA, what's your reaction to what we are seeing now in terms of the growth?
I'm smiling because I can't, you know how I feel about the WNBA. I was at the NBA league office and was critical part of launching the WNBA. I love everything that's happening right now. I will say, taking a step back, this is a 28-year overnight success. Okay, this isn't something that just happened. And I'm so happy for the players, the executives, the coaches that over the last 28 years have built a foundation that has allowed a Caitlin Clark and a Paige Beckers to come in now and ignite the kind of interest and enthusiasm there is around the WNBA.
We're seeing now with all leagues media rights in the way of the future. I mean, the Mavs, you show the games locally, but you also have Mavs TV. What do you envision the future of media being for basketball?
Well, Julie, you're hitting on the biggest local issue that we have right now in the economics of the NBA. That said, we're also next year launching a brand new national television agreement that more than triples the rights fees that teams will receive based on the new partnerships we have at the NBA, but at the national level. But locally, the model's broken. The regional sports network model is broken. And whether you're in baseball, hockey, or basketball, every team right now is trying to find a way to replicate kind of economics and take those valuable local broadcasts. We haven't done it yet. We at the Mavericks, we have a direct-to-consumer offering, Mavs TV, which has more subscribers than any other comparable system in the NBA. We also have 2 over-the-air broadcasters, but it doesn't begin to replicate the economics. It does for reach, which is great. We got to figure it out. We haven't figured it out yet.
Hey, Rick, before we let you go, we touched on media just now. We've touched on the new stadium, and we've touched on, of course, the players. What else is the organization, and what are you doing at the organization to raise your valuation and to grow the business? Very briefly.
Well, I think a lot of that is frankly top down. I think the NBA is the best managed league in sports with Adam Silver and Mark Tatum. I think our Players Association is the most progressive with Andre Iguodala, David Kelly running that. And a lot of the valuation is really driven by what the NBA is as a league. And I think I've never been more excited, but this is my 47th year of involvement in the NBA. What's happening internationally with the NBA right now is just different than the opportunity that any of the other traditional American sports have. And I'm so excited that our league is focused on growing the sport of basketball and the business of the NBA internationally. Those things, that tripling of national television revenue, those are the things that are big components of driving valuations that are eye-popping these days.
Well, good luck with the season. Rick, thank you so much for finding so much time for us on this Monday. Rick Welts, CEO of the Dallas Mavericks, joining our Bloomberg News Texas Bureau Chief, Julie Fine. They are both in Dallas, and Tim and I back here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. Rick, be well. Thank you. All right, now let's get Let's get a check on trading. We've got stocks pretty much hovering near their lows of the session. Little changes and a slight gain on the NASDAQ 100. Carol Massar along with Tim Stanovic. So let's get to some stocks on the move. Bloomberg News equities reporter Alexandra Semenova is with us. Everybody's talking about Samsung.
Yeah, one of the big stories of today, Samsung Electronics will produce AI chips for Tesla in a $16.5 billion deal. Samsung, which is of course South Korea's largest company, said today that the deal will last through 2030. The plan is for an upcoming plant in Taylor, Texas to produce Tesla's next generation AI6 chip. Tesla CEO Elon Musk tweeted about this, essentially confirming a scoop by Bloomberg on this announcement. Musk described the value of the deal as just the bare minimum. He said that actual output will likely be several times higher than most people expect. And this is also sending ASML and other European semiconductors higher today, gaining, given the fact that Samsung is their key customer.
Yeah, I looked at the SOX. Most names are higher today, and SOX is up, easily outperforming the broader market, up about 1.5%.
And Tesla up about 3.7% as we speak. Yeah, really good day for Tesla. Okay, so Nike.
Also a good day for Nike. It is climbing today, also up 3.8% right now after an upgrade from JP Morgan to overweight from neutral. Analysts there cited the earnings impact of their multi-year recovery plan. Matthew Boss, one of the analysts there, expects that plan to generate positive earnings per share growth in the high teens to 20% through 2030. The recovery plan includes things like global inventory alignment and a pickup in momentum within global wholesale order books. JP Morgan also lifted its price target on the company to $93 from $64. That's about a 22% increase from Friday's close.
He says,
a lot of optimism there.
Just buy it.
Just buy it.
Just buy it.
I see what
Just
you did
buy it.
there, Carol.
We gotta love sell-side research.
I think that's
always
like
so catchy.
copyright infringement. So
So says the analyst.
Yeah, just buy it.
It's really cute. PayPal. Ticker is PYPL. What's going on there?
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting announcement here. PayPal will soon allow businesses to accept more than 100 different cryptocurrencies at checkout. The option is going to go live in the coming weeks. It'll allow merchants to accept crypto such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, Tether's USDT, and Circle's USDC from wallets including Coinbase and others. So basically, when a consumer pays with Bitcoin, it'll automatically convert into currency and into PayPal's stablecoin to be deposited into the merchant's account.
Feels like it's happening. Time to get that crypto wallet.
Yeah.
Right? All of a sudden.
Yeah.
Crypto soaring.
Remember we talked
accessible.
with, was it Senchen Jet, right? And they said that
the wealthy young crypto people are
some payment in crypto.
Yeah. Because
Jamie Dimon.
The crypto people are buying the jet flights.
Yeah. Just like
even all the naysayers are now on board with it.
It's really kind of fascinating to see that. Good stuff, as always. Hey, you have a story in the Bloomberg. Just give us 30 seconds on it. I think I've been quoting nonstop from it.
Yeah, so it's obviously a really big week. I call it the Super Bowl for traders this week. Given all of the data points that we have coming up, we have a reading on GDP, we have non-farm payrolls, we have readings on inflation and manufacturing. This comes alongside a Fed decision. We have Donald Trump's self-imposed tariff deadline, and of course, big tech earnings. So it's really going to be a make or break week for markets. Obviously, valuations are back to February levels, trading at 22 times earnings on the S&P 500. So any kind of disappointment could really cause some volatility here. What's interesting, though, is the VIX, last time I checked, was still around 15. So not a lot of people hedging for a really consequential week.
All right. Bloomberg News equities reporter Alexandra Semenova. For more conversations, check out our Stock Movers podcast, 5-minute episodes of the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. It's making me think, Tim, so goes the week of July 28th. So goes the second half of the year.
Is that going to happen? We'll see what Fed Chair Jay Powell has to say about that.
We will indeed. All right. Do not go anywhere. Coming up on TV, the close.
Wednesday, the Fed decides.
The amount of the tariff effects are all highly uncertain.
Will tariffs affect the Fed's plan for interest rates?
They're gaming out 2 more rate cuts this year.
Full coverage on a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance.
Markets treating this as a dovish message.
The Fed rate decision and Powell press conference.
Pressure is coming from all sides on this Fed chat.
Wednesday, starting at 1:30 Eastern. Listen on Bloomberg Radio, on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app, and on the Bloomberg Podcast YouTube page.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio.
is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Patriot Mobile.
I'm Cammy McCormick. President Trump in Scotland indicated today his growing frustration over the war in Ukraine. He now says he won't wait 50 days for Vladimir Putin to stop the fighting.
I'm going to make a new deadline of about 10 or 12 days from today. There's no reason in waiting.
CBS's Aaron Navarro.
President Trump said that deadline and details about that could come out tonight or tomorrow. And the president also said today and voiced frustration that there have been several moments where it seems like peace is close between Russia and Ukraine, but then Russia pulls out or launches missiles at Ukraine.
Trump also indicated his frustration with the continued chaos in Gaza. Elizabeth Palmer is in Tel Aviv.
Aid trucks are on the move after a sudden reversal by Israel. It announced it would enable more food and supplies to enter the strip after pictures of hungry Gazans and malnourished children shocked the world, prompting international condemnation.
Israel is pausing its military operations for 10 hours a day. From the plains to Florida, 180 million Americans are sweltering in extreme heat. Meteorologist Craig Allen.
90s, 100s, and combined with the humidity, a heat index that could easily exceed 115 degrees. Records will be broken.
And there could be severe storms in parts of the central U.S. There is a hunt underway in Arkansas for the suspect in the murder of a couple on a walking trail. Jim Krasula has that.
Authorities in the Ozark Mountains of northern Arkansas are looking for a man suspected of fatally stabbing a 43-year-old man and his 41-year-old wife as they hiked with their two daughters at Devil's Den State Park Saturday. This woman was at the park at the time.
We're from Texas, so we came in for the weekend, and we came up here, and there are cop cars all around.
The murdered couple's daughters, ages 7 and 9, were not hurt in the attack.
The Trump administration has struck a trade deal with the European Union, but while some industries are cheering, Kelly O'Grady reports many others will feel the pinch.
If you're the auto industry, you're going to see a 15% tariff. If you're U.S. consumers, that tariff that sits at 10% is now going to be 15%. That's going to be hard for companies to absorb without passing at least some of it on to the consumer. And I think that's why you're seeing in the markets just kind of pretty much nothing.
Another round of U.S.-China trade talks took place today in Sweden. And on Wall Street, stocks are mixed. The Dow is down. The S&P 500 is also lower. This is CBS News.
Patriot Mobile Business gives you reliable nationwide cell phone service while supporting your values. Go to patriotmobile.com/B25 and use code B25 or call 469-FREEDOM. Business owners, every dollar your business spends makes a difference. Are you supporting companies aligned with your values? With Patriot Mobile Business, you can stay connected while supporting your faith, family, and freedom. As America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, Patriot Mobile Business offers nationwide cell phone service with access to all 3 major U.S. networks. Even more, they offer international calling, office phone systems, fleet and asset tracking, internet backup, and other connectivity solutions to keep your business running smoothly. Switching to Patriot Mobile is easy. Keep your numbers, keep your devices, or upgrade. Plus, a portion of your bill goes to causes supporting the First and Second Amendments, the sanctity of life, and our veterans and first responders. Go to patriotmobile.com/B25 or call 469-FREEDOM and use promo code B25 to get a free month of service. Make the switch today. That's patriotmobile.com/B25 or call 469-FREEDOM.
Discount per household.
Are businesses still worried about a possible recession? CBS's Stacey Lynn has a look.
According to the latest survey by the National Association of Business Economics, recession fears have dropped slightly.
69% of panelists do put a probability of recession at 25%.
And while that number is lower, Chief Economist Selma Hepp says businesses are being cautious.
They are not making a lot of changes to their pricing. They don't see any changes to their sales, capital spending.
And that, she says, is due to uncertainty. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Russia's state airline Aeroflot suffered a massive IT outage today after a cyber attack. More than 100 flights were canceled, many others delayed. A pro-Ukrainian hacker group called Silent Crow claimed responsibility. It says it's had access to Aeroflot's corporate network for over a year now. I'm Cammy McCormick, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, it feels like markets are trading like there was a lot going on this week, and there is.
Okay, there is, but can I tell you something?
You can tell me anything.
Matt Miller.
Although I don't know that I want to hear anything,
Miller
but you can tell me
of
anything.
Bloomberg TV.
What?
He's been sending messages to us.
Oh, has he?
Okay, he has. Yeah,
Am I ignoring them?
Yeah, you're ignoring it. You always ignore Matt Miller's messages.
I don't.
Nothing has changed in 20 years. You've been ignoring his messages for 20, 25 years. He said, we're not going to learn anything from the Fed.
Oh.
We're not going to get any surprising data. That's what Matt says.
To be fair, we're going to get some really big earnings, Matthew, that I think can be very important in terms of tone and sentiment. And whether or not we think, the Fed's going to say anything, we'll have another meeting under our belt, and maybe we'll get some commentary about whether or not something's to come, maybe in September.
Just to remind everybody, it's Apple, Amazon, and Microsoft are the companies that are underscoring earnings this week, or undergirding earnings, and Meta platforms too.
A jobs report on Friday. Don't we have
Fed Chair Jay Powell on Wednesday, and
to PCEs on Thursday? So inflation data. I mean, I'm just not.
And to be fair, I'm also most interested in the questions that Jay Powell doesn't answer, because we know he won't answer them. Mike McKee on Balance of Power earlier was saying we're going to hear see how many questions can be asked, essentially, with Jay Powell saying nothing with regard to the trip to the Fed and the pressure that he's received from President Trump.
And didn't we hear from Nancy Lazar? I'm just going to go back. And she said, I'm looking at my quotes from her, and she said, yeah, we're seeing a soft patch, demand pulled forward. So I don't know.
That's all for you, Matt.
So
Matt Miller.
Matt.
So thank you for getting in touch, Matt.
We do a show for Matt. All right, listen.
We do love our colleagues here.
Coming up, we've got the founder and CEO of Dynamics on her firm's business combination agreement with the Ether Reserve. So we're going to talk a little bit about crypto.
Yeah, we're also diving into everything happening out of Europe right now, and also what's going on with China and these trade talks. Will this extension actually stick? Also, Carol, more on Samsung's deal to produce AI semiconductors for Tesla in a new $16.5 billion pact.
And how about some cage-free eggs with a side of
Coke? How about a side of Coke? Yeah, sounds good.
That
Coca-Cola.
sounds disgusting. Coke with sugar. We're going to talk.
Tariff truce beyond a mid-August deadline and hashing out ways to maintain trade ties while safeguarding economic security. The agenda includes giving more time for high-stakes negotiations to play out on issues ranging from U.S. levies tied to fentanyl trafficking to Chinese purchases of sanctioned Russian and Iranian oil. Andrew Bishop is following this all. He's senior partner, global head of policy research at Signum Global Advisors. He joins us from Washington, D.C. Andrew, giving your view of what has happened over these first of 2 days of trade talks, do you think that this tariff truce will be extended?
Oh, yes, very much so. I think the tariff truce is absolutely going to be extended. But the main reason for that is not so much because I think there's great progress being made on the substance of these talks. Rather, I think President Trump essentially realized back in April, May, that high tariffs on China just don't work because the impact on the U.S. economy is too great. And China has too much leverage in the form of its control over rare earths. So as a consequence of that, I think the president is in very much de-escalation mode and trying to buy time, make sure that the U.S. receives the rare earths that China has promised in Geneva and London. And therefore, he's definitely interested in extending that pause.
So if China has, in the words of Donald Trump, maybe has the cards in this negotiation, in your words, has too much leverage in this negotiation, then what does the U.S. have aside from an economy that relies on goods from China?
The U.S. really only has a tariff rate, which is why I think the Chinese side is going to be bargaining hard for a reduction in tariffs, as well as a reduction or at least a stabilization in export controls in particular of semiconductors. What's interesting in the latest recent events of the past couple of weeks is that the Trump administration has reversed some of its earlier export controls on NVIDIA's H20 chips, for example, as I'm sure you're well aware. That was a view that we had at Signum, that this would be part of the deal that they struck in London. The problem for the Trump administration is that move is already getting enormous pushback, right? So while China is going to be demanding more of that, more repeal of export controls, it's going to be hard for President Trump to agree to that without facing major backlash domestically. And that's why I think he'll start pivoting the conversation away towards tariff relief, just not as imminently as this week, I don't think.
Who has more at stake here? We so often, Andrew, talk about the relationship and the dependent relationship between the United States and China. But when you look at this relationship, does one of the countries have more at stake here?
So I think the answer to that is, and the reason why you get different answers, right, is that China definitely has more to lose economically than the U.S. does. The problem is the U.S. has a lower political pain tolerance. And as a consequence, even though the U.S. economy is far more resilient and can absorb these shocks, from a political standpoint, you have a president, and it would be the case with any other president, that essentially faces a taco situation as soon as they come under pressure.
So then talk to us, take us to China in terms of what is happening in their economy right now. And we know that you're right in terms of pain tolerance, that much has been reported, I guess I should say, in terms of the Chinese government, that they'll do what they need to do, right? In terms of potentially inflicting pain, economic pain on their citizens. But tell us about what is the truth or reality, at least as you know it, to be the Chinese economy today.
So what's interesting is you see a lot of vulnerabilities in the Chinese economy. Youth unemployment is a major one. Misallocated savings and low consumption is another. But and of course, major problems in the real estate market. But what's interesting is that a lot of those problems aren't directly related to President Trump's tariff threats or tariff enactments, if you will. So there are two ways of looking at that. You could say any marginal worsening of the situation due to Trump makes the Chinese position even harder to sustain. But a different interpretation, which I would lean with, is that, because China is aware that these are structural problems, that it's on its way to at least, resolve or at least tackle on its own. President Trump really isn't the major agenda item on the table here. And he can be sort of kept at bay and handled almost like as a singular issue in its own bucket, if you will.
We've spent a lot of time over the last few weeks and over the last few months talking about rare earths, talking about tariff rates. But one thing that hasn't necessarily come up a lot of late has been the fate of TikTok and how TikTok could or could not be used as a bargaining chip in these negotiations. What's your view?
So my view on that is that you can have a TikTok deal any day, right? As long as the U.S. is willing to accept a situation where China continues to control the algorithm. So that could look one of two ways. Either China controls the algorithm, and there are essentially two TikToks, a Chinese TikTok and an American TikTok, and the American TikTok is sort of fully U.S. owned, but it just doesn't have that initial algorithm. Or you have a situation where the TikTok platform in the US still has the underlying algorithm, but there's an existing dependency on China. What I don't see is China agreeing to part ways with that algorithm. So a simpler version of that is to say China is not going to give away the real TikTok. So the question is whether the US wants to continue with the status quo or downgrade TikTok's quality, if you like.
Hey, Andrew, something we talked about in the 2:00 hour about all of these trade agreements, that the devil's in the details, right? And it just feels like in many ways we're just getting kind of agreements to do something. Something like a U.S.-China trade deal is going to be a complicated one and lots of pages and items to discuss. So I guess what my question is we will probably not know the specific details for a while. So investors trading off of, I mean, what should they trade off of? What should they be looking for in terms of specifics when it comes to a U.S.-China trade deal? And how long might that take?
Yeah, so I think one thing that they can trade on is direction of travel, right? So very concretely, experts debate whether there's going to be a minor tariff relief tomorrow or in November or sometime in between. But most experts at this stage agree that there is a floor under the relationship and that it's unlikely we're going to see tariff increase, right? So one answer is things are probably going to get better, not worse, over the coming 6 months. Different if you look over the 2 to 5 year horizon, but that's a separate question. So that's one answer. A second answer would be any deal is likely to involve purchase commitments from China, right? So similar to the phase 1 trade agreement that they struck back during President Trump's first term, China will probably promise to buy more American items, including agricultural goods. Those targets are not likely to be as high as during the first agreement. They were unrealistic back then, but that's a second component. The third is, sorry.
No, unfortunately, we've got to wrap it and leave it there, which is a mega tease.
We'll have you back to talk about the third one, okay? That's what we call a mega tease.
That was great, though. We really appreciate it. Andrew Bishop, he's Senior Partner, Global Head of Policy Research at Signum Global Advisors, joining us from D.C. We're talking crypto when we come back.
Get the latest news whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. Top stories from our global team of reporters at the click of a button. Get Bloomberg News Now on the Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Global market news changes in an instant, so don't miss a minute. Listen to Bloomberg Radio anytime, anywhere around the world on the iHeartRadio app. Tune in, the Bloomberg Business app, Sirius XM 121, and the Bloomberg Terminal.
This is Caroline Hyde.
And I'm Ed Ludlow. Join us for Bloomberg Tech, a daily podcast focusing exclusively on technology, innovation, and the future of business.
We bring you the latest headlines from Silicon Valley and conversations with tech's biggest decision makers.
You have to have a pro-innovation mindset. We were partnered with OpenAI.
We've all experienced this incredible revolution.
Bloomberg Tech.
Listen on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because feeling full can sound like this.
How did the interview go? I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
And like this.
Mom, I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/act now. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
On a recent edition of the Big Take podcast, crunching the numbers on President Trump's trade war, Bloomberg senior economic writer Sean Donnan joins host David Gura to break down the tariff fallout hiding in plain sight and which sectors and countries are being hit the hardest.
Sean, when you look at the economic data and you're hunting for signs of tariffs damage, where does it show up? What's telling you the scale and scope of the damage from these tariffs so far?
Look, the biggest thing I'm looking at is in this second quarter and in the third and fourth quarter to come is going to be the business investment figures, what's called fixed investment or non-residential fixed capital investment, right? And you see that is the kind of bet on the future of the U.S. economy. That's domestic and foreign manufacturers and other companies and what they are investing, whether it's warehouses or factories and so on. That is the big promise from the Trump administration, is that these tariffs will force producers to come make their stuff here in the United States. Well, to do that, they have to invest in factories, and that's where we're going to see that. The Atlanta Fed has what they call GDP Now measure, which takes in all of the data that comes on construction spending and equipment spending and so on. And in the second quarter, it is showing an increase in investment of just 0.1%. That's going to be the contribution to overall growth. And that is pretty subdued. That's as slow as it gets without getting into kind of recession territory. So if that comes true in the GDP numbers that we get this week, then that's going to be a big warning sign for the U.S. economy.
That's what's on a recent edition of the Big Take podcast. Listen to the full episode on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, they are both lower right now. This is a pivotal week for earnings. We have got NASDAQ advancing, holding on to a gain of 37 points, up by about 0.2%. NASDAQ was higher. The S&P was higher to kick off the trading week, but now lower by 7 points, retreating from a record, down 0.1%. The Dow is down 115, down by about 0.3%. The 10-year, 4.41%. Spot gold down $22 the ounce, 33.14, down 0.7%. And a surge for crude now, 66.86 a barrel, up by 2.6%. As for trade, tariffs, and the overall outlook, Nancy Lazar is chief global economist at Piper Sandler. She was a guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Right now, our effective tariff rate that we're calculating is about 17. Now it's down dramatically, but 17 is the highest since the 1930s. And so to be sure, that is a headwind to global growth.
Nancy Lazar of Piper Sandler interviewed right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. After the close of trading today, Rambus and Cadence Design Systems. Right now, we have got Rambus shares. They are higher by 1.7%. Cadence Design up by 0.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. I want to talk crypto because some research from Bloomberg Intelligence really piqued Carol's interest this morning. She's been talking about this all day since our editorial call. You sent us the note. It's about stablecoin demand for treasuries. The question is just how much?
Yeah, I want to understand this. Ira Jersey is Bloomberg Intelligence chief U.S. interest rate strategist. He joins us from BI headquarters in Princeton. So tell me about this connection between stablecoin demand and treasuries. I want to understand what might be going on here, Ira.
Yeah, so I think there's this thing coming out of the administration where the suggestion is that maybe there's going to be $2 trillion worth of treasury demand coming from stable coins over the next couple of years, and that would all be in treasury bills, so very short-term paper. And the Genius Act does say that these stable coins can only have very safe liquid assets, including treasury bills and repurchase agreements based on treasuries. And if they're associated with a bank, they could also have bank reserves. So basically, the three safest things that you could possibly have. Now the idea, though, is that that all of this new money would basically flow into stable coins, go into treasury bills, and we just don't see that happening for several different reasons. But one big one is that stable coins in many ways is just a substitute for bank deposits. So that means that banks are going to reduce their holdings of some things like bank reserves, T-bills, and repurchase agreements. So the net effect is going to be positive for bill demand, we think, but not as much as a lot of people suspect it might be.
And let me get this straight. The reason you think it's not, the demand won't be as great is because that money has to come from somewhere, and that place that it's coming from is traditional banks.
Correct. And that's particularly true in the U.S. And the feedback that we've gotten today on our piece is that, yes, it's true that domestically in the U.S., it's probably not a major source of new demand for treasuries, but where it could be very significant is actually overseas. So if there's stable coins that are used in emerging markets or somewhere else where people take their cash, like literal cash that they have, buy these stable coins, then those stable coins invest in treasury bills, that might be another source of demand. But that's very hard to gauge because a lot of the reasons why people hold dollars in cash outside of the financial sector is because they want to hide it. And it's not obvious to us that stable coins are going to be, secure enough for people's privacy that they're going to want to hold stable coins instead of currency in cash form.
All right. Explained it so well and so appreciate it because it was something that as we read in, I'm like, wait, help me. Ira Jersey, thank you so much. He is Bloomberg Intelligence chief U.S. interest rate strategist, just an important component as this continues to move along. All right. From stablecoins and treasuries to a crypto treasury firm. That's where we go next.
An Ethereum treasury firm has agreed to go public in a blank check company merger backed by more than $1.5 billion of crypto and stock financing. It joins the rush of digital assets heading to public markets. We're talking about Ether Machine. It's the expected surviving company of the merger, and it's set to be anchored by more than 169,000 Ether from one of the co-founders and a stock financing of more than $800 million. That's according to a statement just last week. As much as $170 million of cash in the trust account of Dynamics Corp, the SPAC merging with the pool would also be included. We've got with us Andrejka Bernatova, founder and CEO of Dynamics. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. I said a lot of words just now that might not be clear to everybody who doesn't follow this space inside and out. What is going on with the SPAC?
So thank you for having me, Tim and Carol. Great to be here. We're very excited about the merger with the Ether machine. This is our actually second SPAC transaction in the past 18 months or so. We're very excited about the transaction. Number one, obviously it's in a space that we see as a very high growth space over the next short, medium, and long term in the Ethereum space. About 90% of stablecoins are in the Ethereum universe. And so we see actually the Ether machine being one of the large beneficiaries of the recent Genius Act, as I just pointed out, just talked about. Number two, the team is an extremely experienced team. They've been running in the Ethereum space for 5-10 years, actually. They are going to be fully dedicated to the business and really grow it into a large institutional company. So it is a business that should be public in the first place, which was really truly one of our objectives as a dynamic SPAC. And the third piece, as you just mentioned, one of the founders is contributing a very large ETH stake himself, which shows a high confidence and conviction into building, the biggest, or if not the biggest, institutional player in the space. So very exciting. We obviously, you mentioned the financing. We're very excited about the financing package. This is the biggest financing that has happened in the space since 2021. $800 million pipe that's at $10, backed by very large investors, Electric Capital, Blockchain.com.
So how will you make money?
The Ether machine?
Yeah.
So ultimately the company...
Or all of it?
Yes. So it is a very differentiated company in our view. It is not a treasury company. It's a company that is really using ETH for multiple purposes, staking, restaking, and DeFi. And so you have multiple ways to actually win and create yield for end investors. So we are energy and infrastructure investors, a Dynamics team by training over the past couple decades. And so the way we think about it, Carol, is basically you can invest in oil, or you can invest in an oil company that actually utilizes oil and create more value out of oil. So we see the Ether machine in a similar manner. You can invest in ETH, or just the digital asset, or you can actually invest in the Ether machine that's using the asset and generating yield on top of it.
How do you think the return of Ether machine is connected to the price of Ether?
So obviously,
like if you're an oil company, if you're going to invest in an oil company or in actual oil, those two things are pretty closely correlated.
There will be probably a certain correlation, Tim, in terms of price, going in multiple directions, what we believe, just given the demand for Ether and stable coins, hopefully that's going to be in a positive direction. We are excited about the fact that obviously Ethereum is one of the big beneficiaries of some of the commercial demand as well. You see large companies like BlackRock, JP Morgan, Deutsche Bank and others really starting to embrace the space. And so that should sort of underpin the demand for this digital currency in particular. But there will be, we assume, some, sort of correlation. But again, there will be extra value add benefit that the team is going to create as they actually fully utilize Ether for yield purposes.
So are you a crypto play or an energy play?
Our background is energy and infrastructure by training, and we really do see sort of the digital asset space, Carol, as the next frontier in next generation infrastructure. Obviously, you are seeing
financial infrastructure, or
correct. And so, a lot of the background that we have from traditional energy and infrastructure assets are actually translatable into the digital asset economy as well. When you think about...
So it's the concept of investing in energy infrastructure, you're applying it to Ether.
Correct. That's right.
Okay.
And so you have a component of you need large scale capital in order to make these companies sustainable long-term businesses, similar to traditional energy infrastructure. You need technical expertise, again, similar to some of that traditional energy infrastructure. And you just need high scalability of the overall market and the industry, which again is a kind of the third underpinning factor in the space.
Over the last few weeks, months, we've seen a real rise in treasury companies tied to different cryptocurrencies, mostly Bitcoin, but some Ether. I know that you said there is a distinction between Ether Machine and other crypto treasury companies, but if somebody thinks about this in the context of strategy, formerly known as MicroStrategy, and Michael Saylor, the guy who kind of began this all, what are the differences and similarities between the way that Ether Machine is set up?
I think that's a good comparison, by the way, Tim, with MicroStrategy. We are seeing the Ether Machine hopefully being the pioneer of Ether, similar to what happened with Bitcoin and MicroStrategy.
But MicroStrategy is not an energy company or an infrastructure company. They're a Bitcoin company.
That's right. And Bitcoin, it's sort of interesting because one of the reasons why we feel that Ether is a very interesting asset class is it doesn't have the energy intensity component similar to Bitcoin. And if you really take a step back, right, and think about the energy infrastructure complex over the next 5 to 10 years, there's going to be a high competing demand, one from residential customers, second from onshoring manufacturing industrials, third from the Bitcoin space, and fourth from the data center and AI space. And Ether doesn't actually necessarily face the same sort of challenges from an energy perspective as Bitcoin does. So that was another sort of a winning, or selling factor for us in terms of partnering with the Ether Machine versus another cryptocurrency.
One of the things that we love looking at here at Bloomberg is we'll put in a ticker and we look at the supply chain and understanding customers versus clients. Who will ultimately be your biggest clients, you think, and really provide some growth going forward?
Yes. So both commercial customers, so again, some of the large institutions, which I think, again, Carol, is
you're talking large
financial
banks.
Institutions. Yes. And that's, again, one of the reasons why the timing from our perspective is really interesting with the Genius Act coming to play and really energizing the space. And second, actually stepping, some of the large commercial customers coming in. But at the end of the day, there is going to be a retail component. And when you visualize kind of 5 to 10 years from now, it's going to be a really important piece of our sort of daily, sort of life on a personal basis.
Any customers you can share with us at this point? We just got about 30 seconds left.
I would say that, the team, again, is very experienced. We have some really interesting access to large commercial customers. So I would say stay tuned, exciting developments from Dynamics and the Ether Machine.
Pretty soon?
We'll see.
Or maybe in the next 6 months?
We'll see.
Okay. Really fascinating and certainly part of our changing world. No doubt about it. Andrejka Bernatova, she is founder and CEO of Dynamics, joining us right here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Hey, coming up next, we're just about 26 minutes away from the closing bell on this Monday, hovering near our lows of the session, just a little bit lower on the S&P 500 and just slightly higher on the NASDAQ 100. We're driving to the close. That's next.
CBS News Brief. In Scotland today, President Trump met with the British Prime Minister to discuss Gaza and Ukraine. Trump said he isn't giving Vladimir Putin 50 days to stop the fighting anymore, but rather 10 to 12 days starting today.
He's got to make a deal. It's too many people are dying. It's a really bloody war.
2 people are dead following a shooting outside a casino in Reno, Nevada today. Police Chief Catherine Nance.
We responded to the scene, and within 4 minutes, we had located a suspect, and an officer-involved shooting had occurred.
The suspect is in custody and being treated at a hospital. Several other people were injured. The trade deal between the U.S. and European Union isn't likely to please many American consumers. Tariffs on most European goods are now 15%. Analyst Javier David.
Bottom line is, if you're buying anything from abroad from now on, it's going to cost you more. This is the highest tariffs that we've seen in decades.
CBS News Brief. I'm Cammie McCormick.
Catch up with the biggest names in business. Listen to Bloomberg Podcasts, The Circuit with Emily Chang.
I speak with JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon.
Odd Lots with Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway.
Austin Goolsbee, the Chicago Fed president.
And Bloomberg Wall Street Week with David Weston.
The discussion with BlackRock's Larry Fink.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app and anywhere you get your podcasts.
We have the perfect guest for this topic.
Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
A warming planet, complex geopolitics, and fierce competition means business operations are under more scrutiny than ever before. Returning to Singapore this July, the Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit is uniting leaders and investors to explore how sustainability efforts can bolster resilience and mitigate risk. Summit advisor, Bangkok Bank. Presenting sponsor, Schneider Electric. Supporting sponsor, Fraser's Property. Learn more at bloomberglive.com/SBS-Singapore.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Tesla cars are loaded with high tech, and that takes AI semiconductor chips. So the automaker has entered into a $16.5 billion deal with Samsung to produce Tesla's next generation semiconductor chips at a planned plant in Texas. Some high tech is coming to the Microsoft Edge browser. The company says it's embedding the Copilot AI assistant deeper into the browser, betting that users will find the service helpful when sorting through information and navigating the web. The company is calling it an experiment at this point, but when enabled, the feature will allow Copilot to read information across browser tabs. In an unusual development, especially in light of the summer heat wave, Heineken says it saw a decline in beer sales in the second quarter. The Dutch brewer does see improvement, though, for the rest of the year. Heading toward the close, it's a mixed bag on Wall Street. The Dow is down 0.25%, the S&P down 1/10, while the NASDAQ is up 1/10. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast, a conversation with Ann Berry, founder and managing partner at Threadneedle, on the markets.
I do think that we're entering a phase now where the market's going to take a step back and say, well, what does this actually mean? And are there winners and losers? And I actually do think, Paul, that there are. We're seeing the US markets, keep inching upwards as it becomes clear that there is a redirection of spend towards US companies as a result of these deals. But the narrative that hasn't picked up steam yet is the fact that global GDP growth is slowing. The latest trade deal in Europe has real implications for the German economy, for the French economy. And at some point, slowing in those major trading partners is going to come back and hurt some of our US multinational companies. And that narrative hasn't yet taken hold, but I do think as we move into the second half of this year, it will start to.
Some of the sectors, even names that you like, and if you would.
Well, defense is one that I actually was enthusiastic about at the start of this year. It's the classic Trump trade sector. It was clear the administration wanted to lean in. And what's been such an important part, it was visible in the trade deal with Japan, it's visible in this trade deal with the EU, that the Trump administration is clearly pushing these also, by the way, NATO partners to ensure that with these tariff negotiations, the US is ensuring that there is more spend towards US defense companies. And so I've been adding names like Teledyne. That's one I bought at the beginning of this year. I was familiar with an asset that they actually bought, the Excelitas Aerospace and Defense assets in the UK I'd looked at several years ago. I think that's a good deal for them. But, their organic growth is outperforming, and I think it will continue to do so and others like it.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, they are both lower. We've got NASDAQ advancing. Busy week for earnings. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Phil Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks are trading mixed in a quiet tape. The Dow is currently down 110 points. S&Ps are down 8. Well, the NASDAQ is still higher by 33. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.41%. Gold is in the red. Oil is in the green. But Bitcoin, that's lower by 0.5%. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, NVIDIA and Nike. Well, Travelers fell 2.3% and led to the downside. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were energy and consumer discretionary. Real estate was under pressure. And in the IPO space, FHIMSS sees the IPO pricing between 30 and $32 a share. Wrapping things up, Nike jumped 3.4% after JP Morgan upgraded the shares. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie.
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney, to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg type squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close
Funky music will drive us till the dawn.
on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just about 18 and a half minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Monday. Carol Master along with Tim Stanovic live in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio, down 7 points on the S&P, up about 51 on the NASDAQ 100, down 108 on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. It's going to be a busy week.
It is. We got a lot of companies reporting. We got Apple reporting. We're going to hear from Amazon. We're also going to hear from Meta Platforms.
Yeah.
And
Amazon.
then Microsoft.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that right? Did I get it all right?
I think you got them all. Those 4 big ones. Did you leave out one?
Did I get them all right? Yeah,
Apple?
I think I got them all
No,
right.
we did
Yeah, I said Apple. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. It's that kind
It's
of a
Monday.
Monday.
Hey, I want to see what Aaron Kennan is watching. He's co-founder and CEO at Clear Harbor
It's
Asset
like you
Management.
knuckleheads. Just toss it over
I
to
know.
me.
They've got about $2 billion in assets under management. He joins us from Rhode Island. Are you on vacation? Are you calling from vacation, Aaron?
It's half business, half pleasure.
Okay,
But it's a beautiful day where I am.
Love Rhode Island. Can I just go? Can I just grab this for a second?
Carol.
Just because we did another interview talking about Ether and just trying to figure out crypto. I got to tell you, do you get this crypto stuff and all the enthusiasm?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at the ability for blockchain to document transactions in a very transparent way, there's a lot of power to that. When you look at our dollar, which has sort of been melting along with the other fiat currencies throughout our lifetime, and you have Bitcoin that has a sort of fixed sort of supply that is trickling out over time with more predictability, I can see how there's, sort of a skepticism about the traditional and optimism towards this emerging sort of landscape. And so this is not a bullish comment on my part. It's just rather an observation on why I think there are some optimists out there that think that this thing has legs for many more years to come.
Do you think it has legs? Like you said, it's not a bullish call, but are you advising your clients to add it to their portfolios?
Well, we want to be educating our clients. We want to be educated so that we can speak to them, in a cogent fashion around these issues. I mean, certainly like companies that trade on the NYSE, there are emerging speculative sort of participants, and there are more established players that are generating like real earnings for companies that are sort of part of the crypto ecosystem. And so I think, that's very much, how we sort of tend to sort of start our conversations with clients on this topic.
Okay, let's move on to all the stuff that's coming our way.
Crypto show tomorrow on Bloomberg TV.
You do have a crypto show. You have stuff to talk about. Hey, so Fed meeting, big, Mag 7 companies reporting, jobs report on Friday. Trade talks continue. So I don't know. Are you waiting? And maybe do you think by the end of this week that we'll have a little bit more certainty in terms of the outlook, or a couple things we can check off our list?
Well, whenever there's certainty, of course, that would signify that the market is already sort of processed whatever that set of facts are to be. But certainly, to your point, Carol, it's sort of like less bad seems to be good, as one of my colleagues sort of articulated to me today. But I would also argue that there are some movements beyond the tariff debate and more sort of focused on sort of where we are as a U.S. economy and a global economy, and how AI, for example, is being leveraged to potentially increase productivity in our economy and maybe the global economy. And I think there's a lot of optimism around there that could be the next source of growth. And we're going to see, of course, GDP data later this week. I'm not suggesting that this sort of wave of AI productivity is going to show up in one data point, but sort of hopeful in the quarters and particularly the years ahead that that we're going to start to see this filter through, even as we have, sort of a workforce that's maybe more fixed in nature.
Having said that on AI, though, and jobs this week, and I just wanted to jump in because the Wall Street Journal had a story about CEOs recasting staff cuts as a positive in the AI era. And I do wonder.
A positive for who?
Exactly.
Okay, positive for who, Carol Massar?
Exactly. So maybe some workers are made more productive, but also some workers are not needed anymore. And I just do wonder what will be the balance with that. And maybe, Aaron, it'll take some while for us to know, but it just feels like everybody's like, yay, AI making us more productive, but it does make me wonder about how many people are going to lose their jobs over this.
Well, I think that's a good point. And our view is that we're going to see productivity gains through AI accrue to the bottom line at corporations. So, better margins, expanding margins, better earnings, perhaps that can justify even a higher multiple for a particular sector or company. But they're going to be losers in this. But we also think that they're going to be gainers. I mean, it's like, the horse and buggy to the automobile. Those who lost their jobs at that moment, that was a very unfortunate period of time for them. But you look at all of the sort of components that go into, making the automobile and selling the automobile and where people can go as a result of having an automobile and all the jobs that accrued as a result of that. We see the glass half full, but we also see, some of the deleterious impacts, of course, on certain segments of the employment landscape as this plays out.
So how do you play that? And not in the sense of like, what's the trade here? I know that's not what you're doing, but what's the right exposure in 2025, being halfway through the year, more than halfway through the year at this point, when somebody could say, well, if we look at the companies that have been so far the main beneficiaries of the AI trade, we don't know where to deploy capital right now because, how much more can NVIDIA go up?
Yeah, we think this is an early innings phenomenon. We've talked about the infrastructure growth around AI, and now we're talking about the application layer and the software layer. But I would even take a step back and say, look at almost every sector of the economy and how AI is actually accruing positively. Utilities, the growth of AI, energy demand is accruing positively to utilities. The smart grid. If you look at healthcare, AI is going to accrue towards, sort of bringing molecules in drug research forward more quickly. Robotics and surgery. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Even in industrials, I mean, AI is moving, is taking the whole sort of lean concept and it's putting it on steroids at the factory floor level. You look at design of semiconductors and what artificial intelligence is doing there. So this is multi-sector, this is multi-subsector, and we think it has many innings to come.
All right, we're going to leave it on that note. Hey, Aaron, thank you so much. And thanks for indulging us with a little crypto talk since it just is coming at us. And it feels like the train has left the station in a big way.
Hey, you're always welcome on Bloomberg Crypto, Carol.
Okay.
If you want to come by.
Maybe Aaron.
Yeah.
I think that would be great because his thoughts and observations.
Look, I always want to understand how asset managers are finding exposure or not for their clients in this, because it's polarizing.
As I like to say, I do wish I had bought crypto 10, 20, 10, 15 years ago.
What do you say?
Years ago? What?
If something and something.
If
ifs and buts
if
and
ifs and buts were candy nuts, we'd all have fun at Christmas.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what that means, but
I don't know either.
It sounds like something you'd say.
Somebody else used it recently, and I was like, "Wow, I'm not alone." It's from a college friend.
Okay. This is not what the master said as you were growing up.
It's not. No, it was a college thing. All right, don't go anywhere. The clothes coming your way in just a moment. This is Bloomberg.
Get the Bloomberg Business Week newsletter, BW Daily, delivered to your inbox every weekday. It's the power of Business Week in a handy form. Sign up now at Bloomberg.com/newsletters. That's Bloomberg.com/newsletters.
Live business news, breaking global headlines, and conversations with the names that move markets. Listen to Bloomberg Radio on command anywhere you have an Amazon Alexa device. Just say, Alexa, play Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Tesla cars are loaded with high tech, and that takes AI semiconductor chips. So the automaker has entered into a $16.5 billion deal with Samsung to produce Tesla's next generation semiconductor chips at a planned plant in Texas. Some high tech is coming to the Microsoft Edge browser. The company says it's embedding the Copilot AI assistant deeper into the browser, betting that users will find the service helpful when sorting through information and navigating the web. The company is calling it an experiment at this point, but when enabled, the feature will allow Copilot to read information across browser tabs. In an unusual development, especially in light of the summer heat wave, Heineken says it saw a decline in beer sales in the second quarter. The Dutch brewer does see improvement, though, for the rest of the year. Heading toward the close, it's a mixed bag on Wall Street. The Dow is down 0.25%, the S&P down 0.1%, while the NASDAQ is up 0.1%. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
When news breaks across the globe, Bloomberg Radio is there. From the Middle East,
a ceasefire declared between Israel and Iran,
to Europe,
the US-UK trade deal comes into effect,
and anywhere in the world news happens.
We go to Ethan Brenner in Tel Aviv.
We get more from Bloomberg's Min Lo in Hong Kong.
Jumana Bersachi continues our team coverage in Dubai.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app, and always on Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
To me, context is about pattern recognition. It's connecting the dots. It's giving readers an ability to synthesize a number of different perspectives so they can understand how the greater whole works, because nothing really occurs in isolation anymore. I'm Tim O'Brien, and I'm the Senior Executive Editor at Bloomberg Opinion. On our platform, we ask tough questions and solve complex problems with the facts in mind. Start exploring our opinion coverage and more at Bloomberg.com/opinion.
Every Bloomberg radio show.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Every Bloomberg podcast.
Welcome to the Odd Lots podcast.
This is The Big Take.
Every Bloomberg news headline.
A Bloomberg News exclusive.
Historic moves in the Treasury market.
Catch every moment of Bloomberg Radio inside your car.
This is a joy.
The Bloomberg Business app, now on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Download it free in the Apple App Store or on Google Play. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That's Carol Massar. I'm Tim Stenovec.
Can I just say, you know what you were just doing?
What was I doing?
Telling us about
No.
some maintenance you had to do.
Just the joys of homeownership.
It is always so much fun. Hey, we've just got about 6.5 minutes, and then we're going to head over to our TV colleagues, count you down to the close on this Monday.
I'm thinking of hiring John Tucker.
What?
He's a handyman.
He's a handyman.
Oh, John Tucker can build anything. I think John Tucker is like he's either redoing or he did redo a bathroom and he tiled it himself.
I know.
Yeah. That's what you need. That is a skill that I don't have.
My husband's going to hate me for telling this, but we were doing a bunch of work. We bought a very old house years ago. And at one point he bought a Sawzall, which if you've ever had a Sawzall, it's the coolest piece of like equipment because you can saw through anything.
Hence the name Sawzall.
Sawzall. But we quickly, including my contractor brother, were like, we need to take that away from you.
Was it like a concern about like injury?
No.
Or like he's going to like saw the wrong thing and the house is going to come down.
And my husband would totally admit it. Like, yeah, got it. He was glad to give it away. Although then I think I found out he bought a second one. I'm like, what? These things that go on. Guys are their tools, man. I just.
Listen.
Do you like buying tools?
I found a neighbor knew I needed a drill. This is New York in Brooklyn, so like somebody was moving and they had all this stuff out that they were giving away. My neighbor picked me up a drill. It didn't have a battery. So I had to go to Home Depot yesterday to buy the battery.
Batteries are not cheap.
Batteries are not cheap, but I bought the battery. The drill is good as new. Now I got a drill.
Got an electric drill.
And the
Don't
charger.
You want to just drill like, you're like, honey, here, let me hang this up for you. Like, let me do. Okay.
Well, I don't know how to do things.
I don't know. Okay, we digress because we really wanted to talk about, we've got about 1.5 minutes to do so let's just do it. It is a story from our team here at Bloomberg, Mary Schlangenstein, and she's talking about Spirit Airlines. They're going to furlough roughly 270 pilots, demote 140 more as the financially struggling carrier trims its workforce to match a reduced flying schedule. They've been having a tough time.
They have been. Spirit's a unit of Spirit Aviation Holdings, Inc. It emerged from bankruptcy protection in March after a 4-month restructuring. Here's what they said in a statement, quote, "We are taking necessary steps to ensure we operate as efficiently as possible as part of our efforts to return to profitability." Carol, the furloughs will take effect on November 1st. The downgrades from captain to first officer are happening on October 1st. My question is, Isn't there still demand for pilots right now at other carriers?
I thought
and can these pilots then go and work for other carriers? And certainly it matters what they were flying.
Correct.
At Spirit?
Yeah. That's a really good point. We should point out too that Spirit last year began offering upscale seating options and new fare classes that included a free check bag or other upgrades to capture rising demand for premium travel.
And Spirit has A320s, so
they could do well.
Yeah, everyone flies A320s.
Yeah. The statement that was put out by Spirit said this, quote, "We are taking necessary steps to ensure we operate as efficiently as possible as part of our efforts to return to profitability." Keep in mind that this company emerged from bankruptcy production. That happened in March after they did a 4-month restructuring. And I was just going to look up the share price. And I do that on my Bloomberg. And hang on. It's a Monday. We're a little slow here. Oh, no, it was delisted. I forgot that. Cool.
Okay. Well, that's why it was so hard to find, I guess.
My team is laughing in the control room.
That we have this soundproof glass up.
It's not so soundproof. It's not soundproof.
And we can see them, but we can't always hear them unless they do, unless they laugh at us. And then the laughing comes through into the control room.
Yeah, we don't
from
hear.
The control room, yeah.
And it's like, guys, we can hear you. So like when they're mad at us and they're yelling,
we love you too.
Hear that.
Hey, I want to remind everybody Carol's still looking for Spirit share price. I'm going to remind everybody.
It was March in 2025. Sorry.
Okay, I'm going to remind everybody about what we have coming up this week. Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, and Meta platforms are what is getting a lot of the oxygen. But we've got ExxonMobil at the end of the week, Chevron, Comcast, AbbVie, Coinbase, Reddit, Altria, Qualcomm, Ford, and more.
I'm just going to say that we're seeing some buying into the close. So stocks a little bit of a leg up in the last few minutes, but still very little change on the S&P 500, a little lower on the Dow and a little higher on the NASDAQ 100. Do not go anywhere. The closing bell starts now.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic here with Scarlet Food, taking you through to that closing bell with the global simulcast. Carol Masser, Tim Stenovic, they're both in the radio booth as we welcome our audiences across our Bloomberg platforms, our partnership with YouTube here on a day. The market's in a bit of a holding pattern, Carol Masser, ahead of a phenomenally busy week.
Yeah, exactly. As many people have said, what happens this week maybe determines direction for the rest of this year. We have some great reporting on the Bloomberg bar, Alex Semenova and team. But I agree, right? Big tech earnings. We've got a Fed meeting. We've got a jobs report, some other economic data. What am I leaving out? Oh, yeah, trade deals. There's a lot coming at investors this week.
Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta platforms are a few of the companies that we're watching closely, but don't forget about Procter & Gamble, Boeing, UPS, Starbucks, Visa, PayPal, Ford, and more.
And don't forget also Figma's IPO is going to price on Wednesday. We'll begin trading on Thursday under the ticker FIG. And it's going to be a pretty phenomenally large IPO, a long-awaited one, especially since the Adobe purchase didn't pan out.
And it gets to this idea of, like, we talk about the quality of companies coming into the public markets right now. There was some concern that we would see a lot of trash coming down the pike. But for some of the big IPOs we've had so far this year, we're talking about relatively stable companies, relatively mature companies with decent revenue. And in some cases, particularly with Figma, actual profitability.
And interesting to see IPOs continuing, right? It's been so quiet, but we continue to see them come to market, which shows a sign of confidence, no doubt about that.
As we wait the closing bells, like here in New York on this Monday afternoon, a somewhat tepid day of price action, somewhat lower volatility. But of course, the expectation is that's going to pick up in a material way over the next 3 to 4 sessions. In S&P 500, that is straddling the line right now between gains and losses. It takes a while for these numbers to settle, but based on the way they're bouncing around now, it does look like it will finish in the green, which will be a record high. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is in the red, down 60 points or so, or about 0.1%. The NASDAQ higher by about 70 points or 0.3%. And the Russell 2000 sitting this one out dropping about 4 points or 0.2%.
All right, digging once again into the S&P 500, guys, most names lower in today's session, Scarlett, about 361 losing ground here and 141 to the upside.
All right, let's take a look at the IMAP, which shows that you do have more decliners than advancers when it comes to industry groups. In fact, 3 groups finishing in the red by more than 1%. We're talking about real estate investment trusts, materials, and utilities, all down at least 1%. On the flip side, energy stocks gaining more than 1% as oil prices track higher. Tech and consumer discretionary also in the positive.
All right, let's get to some of the individual gainers on this Monday, and definitely the semiconductor space. I'm looking at the stocks, definitely easily outperforming the broader market today. It's up about 1.6% here, so pretty much finishing at its highs of the session. And so you also had, if you look at some particular names, a lot going on in this space. AMD was also your number 2 gainer in the S&P 500. That one was up about 4%. So you did have U.S. chip makers rising as AMD. You saw UBS analysts raise their price target on AMD to 210 from 150. You had AMD today closing up about 4.3%, as I said, and closing at 173 and change. So some room to run, according to UBS. They also did maintain a buy rating on the shares. You also had Samsung Electronics producing AI semiconductors for Tesla, a new $16.5 billion pact. So a big win for that company's foundry division. So there is a lot going on in the chip space today. And you definitely saw even some European names, ASML, for example. It also gained some ground, and that is on the U.S.-EU trade deal, or at least progress, certainly, on that front. Do want to mention Tesla up about 3% in today's session. Morgan Stanley analysts forecast that the market for self-driving vehicles will hit 200 billion by 2030. So we saw Tesla up about 3%, and then Nike, I just want to mention, up about 3.9% in today's session. JP Morgan coming out, upgrading it from neutral to overweight, raising its price target to from 64 to 93, and telling clients to just buy it in a new note out today.
Hey, I just want to check in on some earnings. This on Cadence Design. This is a software company. The software primarily used to design chips. The company saying that revenue in the most recent quarter came in at about $1.28 billion, a modest beat over street expectations of $1.25 billion. Adjusted EPS also beat $1.65 versus street estimates of $1.56 a share. And the company raising its 2025 revenue outlook, saying that it expects growth for the full year. Let me just make sure I have this right, of 13% here. You see the shares higher by about 6% in the after hours trade.
Okay, that's Cadence Design. We got our eyes out for Whirlpool. We're expecting them to report in just a few minutes. In the meantime, let's take a look at some decliners in today's trade. I want to start with Open Door. And before, Romaine, you give me a hard time about choosing this one. It was the most actively traded stock today.
Yeah, I know, Tim.
Okay.
You get a pass. It's a
all right. I got to come with, ammo to back up my choices here. 7.9% to the downside here. The company's postponing a shareholder vote on a reverse stock split after a recent run up in the company's shares. Remember, it had scheduled this meeting due to a notification from NASDAQ that it could be delisted for failing to maintain a stock price of $1 or more. That was then. This is now. Shares are now above $2 per share. The recent volatility, though, in the company's stock price led the board to delay the vote on the stock split proposal. Still, the stock fell today, 7.9%. And Gilead shares fell as analysts noted a potential risk to the company's HIV preventative franchise after Robert F. Kennedy, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, had been reporting to plan the dismissal of an advisory panel that determines what preventative health measures insurers must cover. Shares fell 2.7% today. RFK Jr. plans to dismiss all 16 panel members of the U.S. Preventative Services Task Force because he views them as too, quote, woke, according to the Wall Street Journal, citing people familiar with the matter. And finally, Duolingo.
What? They were what?
Too woke, according to the Wall Street Journal. This is, I'm quoting the journal's reporting here. Finally, Duolingo down 6.5.
Did they define that?
They did not.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry to say.
All right.
Moving on to Duolingo, shares down 6.5% today. Citizens out with a note that said it was cautious on the company's upcoming results. The company said third-party data suggests engagement slowed since April. The analyst Andrew Boone adds that slowing growth raises the question of whether Duolingo's total addressable market is saturated. They did lower the price target to $450 from $475. The company is reporting results for the second quarter just in a couple of weeks, August 6th. Next week, actually, August 6th.
All right, let's take a quick check in yields here. Not a whole lot of action going on there on the shorter end of the curve. Really no movement at all. But once again, you do see yields tick higher on the longer end of the curve. 3 basis points on your 20-year and your 30-year. So a steepening, Scarlett, of the yield curve.
And we just have Whirlpool results crossing. Net sales for the second quarter, $3.77 billion, missing the average analyst estimate of $3.85 billion. Second quarter ongoing EPS of $1.34, also missing the consensus estimate of $1.61. As for the outlook, Whirlpool sees full year cash from operating activities of about $850 million. It has kept its full year revenue outlook intact, about $15.8 billion. Analysts were looking for about $15.64 billion, and it sees free cash flow for the full year of $400 million, whereas previously it had seen $500 to $600 million. Tim?
Some notable commentary from Andrew Bitzer, somebody who's pretty candid. We've spoken to him quite a bit over the last few years. He's this chairman and CEO. He said, as expected, the second quarter continued to be impacted by competitors stockpiling Asian imports into the U.S. Despite this, we're well positioned in North America with a robust pipeline of new products, the industry's leading U.S. manufacturing footprint, and favorable housing demand fundamentals. He says they're confident in the long-term strategy, and he says that evolving tariff policies will ultimately support domestic manufacturers. A reminder that their U.S.-bound products are made here in the United States, the majority of them.
And you do wonder about some pull forward, maybe still impacting some of these companies in terms of competition. I also will draw your attention to a story that's among the most read on the Bloomberg about the U.S. housing market posting their worst spring selling season in 13 years. So if people aren't buying new homes, finding new homes, not buying new appliances, like all of this certainly has an impact.
Yeah, we've talked about this a lot here. I mean, this is more a business that is probably less affected by tariffs and more by just the general cycles that we're seeing in the housing market, which, of course, to some extent are also tied to economic conditions and, of course, tariffs. I do also want to point out, too, I know you guys have talked to him a lot, and I know they like to tout the idea of most of their stuff being made here in the U.S., at least the stuff they sell here. But there's still a lot of components that go into that that does have tariff exposure. Not quite sure how they quantify that, but definitely something that you have to keep.
What about the materials that they use, like the raw materials? And that are being tariffed right now.
Absolutely. Yeah,
this idea of being confident in their long-term strategy, but the evolving tariff policies really leaves them without a lot of control in a lot of situations. They kind of have to passively take it in and adjust as needed.
Sounds like a lot of questions for them on the upcoming call with analysts and investors. Stock still down about 6.2%. We're talking about Whirlpool. All right, guys, that's a wrap. Our cross-platform coverage, radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We call it the closing bell. Scarlett and Romaine continuing there on TV, and Tim and myself continuing right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We'll see you all again tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That is Carol Massar. I'm Tim Stenivek. Carol, was Tesla one of your gainers?
Yes.
It was up 3%.
Yeah.
On the day today.
Yeah.
Samsung also higher on the day.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, I think it's kind of interesting, all this stuff that's going on that made us want to take a bit of a deeper dive in terms of the car market. And I'm just going to say with Tesla, yet that Morgan Stanley analyst talked specifically about the market for self-driving vehicles hitting $200 billion by 2030.
Is that a lot? That's a question.
I don't know.
Well, let's ask Keith Naughton.
Yeah,
let's go to Detroit. Bloomberg News auto reporter Keith Naughton joins us there. Keith, I want to start less so with the Samsung and Tesla news, but more with what Carol mentioned. Morgan Stanley sees a $200 billion market for self-driving cars by 2030. Contextualize that for us.
I mean, that's not insignificant, right? And they see it going up to 300 to 400 billion by 2035. So this is Adam Jonas at Morgan Stanley. He's always been kind of a bull on tech issues. A few times he's had to pull his horns in because he's gotten over his skis, if I can mix a few metaphors
mix
there.
Away.
But they've come out with this sort of bullish report saying, adoption is going to take off for self-driving amid the revolution in automotive and AI. So, you might have heard this story before with EVs. So if you're a little skeptical, I don't blame you.
Well, okay, we're skeptical, but we're also true believers, I think it's fair to say, in at least the San Francisco and was it Phoenix, Carol, where you took it? Phoenix versions?
I've done San Francisco, I've done I've done LA, and I've done Phoenix.
Wow.
And
really?
I was just
Camo.
this weekend in my own little home municipality.
What did you see?
Across from Lower Manhattan, a Waymo.
In Jersey City, a Waymo?
I'm thinking it was being trained.
Or going to get charged.
All I know is it was wild.
Wow, that's pretty cool. So, okay, so that's full disclosure how we've tried these.
Very scientific here. Keith.
But how are these, how is Morgan Stanley defining these and how is the industry defining these? Because what Carol reminds me all the time that her car, which is not a new car.
No, my car's over a decade.
Has some pretty cool
self,
auto steering and
semi-autonomous.
Yeah, like I take my hands off the wheel and it guides itself and then it yells at me to put my hands back on the wheel.
Yeah, in his report, Adam Jonas specifically refers to these as level 2+. That's on a scale of 5 levels. So it's not fully free-range chicken self-driving. It is self-driving within geofences and parameters. But the thing is that with artificial intelligence taking off everywhere, ChatGPT, everything that's going on, if you Google something now, all you get back is AI, right? So people are interacting with it more broadly. So in that way, acceptance of the technology writ large might have a better shot than what we saw with electric vehicles or with the first go around with self-driving vehicles, which were only experienced by a small sliver of the population.
Keith, what's the ownership model of these vehicles? I know level 2 is certainly, included in cars that you can buy now, but if you think about this for level 5 and what comes in the next few years, do we buy these cars or do we just hail them?
Well, you'll be able to do both. I mean, we already see things level 2, the hands-free driving features are on several cars, General Motors, Ford, of course, Tesla with its so-called full self-driving has hands-off driving. And what we're really talking about is something well beyond that, something that you can hail in a robo-taxi or that you could use in your own car and look away from the road. Everybody is saying that is not that far off. So this isn't fantasy land here. The advancements in AI, which, by the way, are not entirely owned by the Chinese, like electric vehicles. Silicon Valley is among the world leaders in AI. So the advancements in AI are making this seem more possible.
So I'm so glad you went there because I came across in prepping for this when we talk about fantasy land, and I'm just wondering, is it fantasy land that we think the U.S. will have a stronghold in all these autonomous cars, only because Bloomberg News did this big story back in July. Well, back in July, we're in July, kind of ish still, just a week or two ago, that said China will make almost a third of the world's cars by 2030. So I don't know. I guess I'm trying to figure out, so what will be the U.S. automakers' role in self-driving cars, if that's kind of ultimately also where we're going in a big way?
Well, first, let's not forget, you mentioned them a moment ago, that Waymo, not Tesla, is the current leader in self-driving cars. And of course, Waymo is owned by America's own Alphabet Inc. So America has a leader in self-driving cars. It's just called Waymo. We just don't have an auto company that leads in self-driving cars at the moment, but that's what Elon is all about. So, these things are possible. They're achievable. They seem to be getting more achievable over time as advancements in AI are made. So I think that's why you're starting to see, and Jonas is always the guy, as I said, who is out on front on this. You're starting to see people trying to monetize it and actually talk about a total addressable market of AI-driven cars.
Keith, have you been in one of these?
I have been in a self-driving car. Yeah, they're amazing.
So you think they're amazing, and I say even you in the sense of like you're somebody who has covered the auto industry. You've seen technological advancements. You lived through and wrote about the promise, and then not failure by any means, but the promise of EVs and the way that these companies have scaled them back.
Right. Well, I mean, it's like an accordion or an inchworm, whatever you want to call it. You know, you make this big advancement and then you pull back. And I think that's what we saw with self-driving back in, what was it, like 2015? Everybody was saying we'd all be in self-driving cars by 2020. Well, that didn't happen. But advancement continued. AI comes along to give it more of a boost. And so now it's coming back out of the shadows again, pushed by Elon. He attracts a lot of attention, as you might know.
I've heard.
And so
what's his name?
Too,
Elon?
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
Well, I mean, to have a P.T. Barnum talking about the technology does help broaden at least the awareness, not necessarily the acceptance, but at least the awareness of the technology.
Yeah.
Which is helpful.
What do you think there's more government support for certainly in the United States? Is it EVs or self-driving cars?
Yeah, I would say at the moment, self-driving cars. That's what we've heard from Sean Duffy, the Transportation Secretary, that he wants to get out of the way and allow the innovators to innovate. You know, the Trump administration is a low regulation bias. So in that regard, what self-driving cars need is a bunch of, a regulatory framework that allows cars to, drive down the street with no one at the wheel, and that maybe doesn't even have pedals, So all of those things right now are a stretch, legally speaking, to say the least. You need government to clear those hurdles so that the technology can advance, and that's something the Trump administration is not hostile to. They're hostile to EVs, but not to low regulation.
Hey, before you go, 20, 30 seconds on just Elon, Tesla, and Samsung Electronics, that $16.5 billion pact. What do we need to know? Just quickly.
That's a great deal, especially for Samsung, which had kind of been falling back. But no, they're like doing deals showing the next levels of semiconductors that will help them with AI and getting to this self-driving future.
All right, gonna leave it there. So glad we could check in with you. It's been a little while, so good to touch base. That, of course, is our own Keith Naughton. He's Bloomberg News auto reporter joining us from Detroit. Sounds like you liked self-driving too.
I don't know. I haven't yet to meet somebody or hear from somebody who didn't like the experience.
I just loved it. I was like addicted. Like I was looking to take rides in it.
But maybe
so cool.
Maybe you just like a Jaguar EV.
There was that was really
that's
nice.
Like that you get and it's like clean and smells great and
super clean.
Music is like vibey. Like
I didn't have to talk if I didn't want to.
You love talking.
Even though I put that in my preference. Yeah, I have my moments. All right, don't go anywhere, folks. We're coming back right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic, and this is Bloomberg.
Catching complete coverage from the world of politics and the world of business on Bloomberg Balance of Power. Tune in for Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons tonight at 5 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and television.
Get the news you need at the click of a button inside your car. The new Bloomberg Business app, now featuring Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. All your favorite Bloomberg radio shows, plus news at your fingertips. Download it free in the Apple App Store or on Google Play.
Donald Trump has already changed the way we think about the U.S. economy. Now he's back in the White House, and Bloomberg's Trumponomics podcast is here to help. I'm Stephanie Flanders, head of government and economics at Bloomberg. Whatever the big question of the week is, we'll have something interesting to tell you about it in a lively conversation with the reporters and analysts closest to the action. Listen to new episodes every Wednesday and follow Trumponomics on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
This message is for Karina, our mom who finished her high school diploma at age 28. Hi, Mom. It's Amethyst and Nicholas. Congratulations on getting your diploma. You worked so hard and have taught us so much. We love you.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest Balance of Power podcast, we talk with Lael Brainerd, the former vice chair of the Federal Reserve, former director of the National Economic Council in the Biden administration, about President Trump's pressure campaign on Fed Chair Jay Powell.
Federal Reserve chairs go down in history for actually following their mandate and not caving to political pressure. And those that do cave to political pressures tend not to be viewed very favorably in the history books.
Lael, it's great to have you with us. I want to ask you about the op-ed that you wrote recently in the Washington Post, an opinion piece with the headline, "The Real Reason Trump Wants to Fire the Fed Chair." You say it has everything to do with debt management. The president, you write, wants to reduce the debt service on the trillions his mega bill will add to the national debt. So now we're connecting the dots to the president's big, beautiful bill. The fact is, and you say this in your piece, they are saying it out loud. Lael, Peter Navarro sat right at this desk a couple of days ago and talked about the need to lower interest rates in an effort to save $1 trillion when it comes to our debt. Is this the new mission creep?
Well, certainly this is the kind of diversion of the Federal Reserve from its core inflation fighting mission to supporting the administration's desire to finance this big new increase in the national debt cheaply. That is traditionally the way that central banks in other countries like Brazil or Turkey, Argentina, go awry and lose that credibility on inflation fighting.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Balance of Power podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 421 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the S&P 500 index holding at a record, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Just getting word that a federal judge in Washington has denied a request by an investment firm led by an ally of President Trump for public access to tomorrow's FOMC meeting. Just getting earnings out of Rambus, and it forecasts product revenue for the third quarter of $87 to $93 million. Wall Street likes the report. After hours, we got Rambus up now by about 3.9%. And Cadence Design has boosted its adjusted EPS for the full year. That guidance beating the average analyst estimate. After hours, Cadence Design pushing higher, up by roughly 8%. It turned out to be a mixed day for the U.S. stock market today, with the Dow lower, down 0.1%. S&P eked out a gain, up 1 point. Little change, 63.89, but enough to qualify as a record. We've got NASDAQ up 70, gain there of 0.3%. 10-year, 4.41%, with the 2-year yielding 3.92%. Gold down 0.6%. Spot gold down $19 the ounce, 33.17. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.9%, 67.07 a barrel on a WTI. So again, recapping, stocks higher, S&P up 1 point, a record. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. The new tariffs that the U.S. has imposed since President Trump began his second term represent the country's most significant protectionist shift in close to a century, even with the various pauses, reductions, and exemptions that have been announced. The scale of the levies have pushed the world's biggest economy into uncharted territory, alarmed its trading partners, and whipsawed global financial markets. William George is sounding the alarm bell. He says that stagflation is coming and that CEOs are going about this new policy all wrong. Bill George is executive fellow at Harvard Business School. He's former chairman and CEO of the medical device and tech company Medtronic. He joins us from Vail, Colorado, where summers, I would argue, are actually even better than winters. Bill, good to have you with us. You argue that CEOs are making a strategic mistake in their approach to tariffs right now. What are they doing wrong? What should they be doing instead?
They're all holding off, thinking that Trump is going to not go ahead with tariffs. And I think they misunderstand this president who loves tariffs. He sees a way of financing the deficit and his tax cuts. And I think they're making a mistake because it's been 6 months and it's time for them to move ahead, make the investments they need to make in capital equipment, in new facilities, and M&A deals. M&A market has been very soft this year.
I think it's time to move ahead. There's never going to be total certainty with this president. Yes, we got a little bit of clarity yesterday with the European Union agreement and a little with the Japanese agreement. The big one is still out there in China. If they're really looking at 60%, these tariffs are going to be inflationary. And I know CEOs are holding back, thinking, well, if it's going to be inflationary and maybe a recession, I should hold back. I think that's a big mistake. I think they have to move ahead and be aggressive and go for growth. Growth is going to be much harder to come by in the next few years. U.S. is talking about 1% this year. That's very trivial.
But we talk to CEOs all the time. And whenever we talk to CEOs who make products or sell products in the U.S., make them outside of the U.S., we ask them the question, will you move production to the United States? For example, we spoke to Harmeet Singh over at Levi's a few weeks ago, he's CFO, and he said, even with these tariffs, they will not move production of Levi's jeans to the U.S.
Where would you move them to? We don't have apparel factories in the United States anymore. We lost all those 30, 40 years ago. They're not coming back. They can move them around to different Asian countries, and I suspect Levi's, a very well-run company, will do that to find the best mix of cost and quality for their customers. But if you look at apparel, if you look at a lot of products, Apple really can't move the iPhones back. We don't have the trained workers, and it would cost far more money. So they still have to be very competitive. So I don't see the goods coming back to the U.S. The only that will are high-tech goods. The CHIPS Act, enacted a few years ago, kicked that off, and you're going to see more high-tech semiconductors made and prices to go with that. The tech sector is investing very heavily in energy right now because of the tremendous energy utilization that AI will take, along with crypto, by the way. And so that's the it, but that's not, they're going to be all fully automated, fully robotic, and you will not have very many employees at all.
So Bill, is your point really that companies stop putting off, if you're thinking about making an acquisition or making a big investment or partnering up with a company or maybe building a new facility, whether it's here or whether it's outside the United States, stop putting off if you're waiting for everything to be certain, certainly when it's connected to this White House. Is that basically your point? Because as they do,
absolutely, you got it spot on.
Okay, so what you're saying is, because at the same time, global other companies, non-U.S. companies, they are making deals and they are moving ahead, and that the U.S. is going to lose an advantage, or at least U.S.-based companies will lose an advantage as a result.
I think the U.S. companies need to go on offense, and if they're making investments, whether it's an acquisition of another company, a merger, or investment in physical facilities, these are going to they'll go well beyond the time of the Trump administration. You have to make those decisions 30 and 40 years. And yes, there is no clarity, and business people like predictability and clarity about what's coming, but there's not going to be. And I'm saying don't hold off, be aggressive, because while your competitors are holding off, thinking, oh, there may be a recession, now's the time to move ahead, take market share, be aggressive, and get out there instead of pulling back or divesting your parts of your company.
So I brought up the Levi's example because we're not going to ever be buying jeans that are, well, I don't want to say ever. I think that some rag and bone jeans may be made here in the U.S., but I don't know, like some boutique, but we're not going to be buying Levi's here from the U.S. The difference with this administration versus the first Trump administration seems to be China's not the only target. So you had a lot of companies move production out of China. If you're apparel, maybe you'd move some to Vietnam, you'd move some to Indonesia. But the Trump administration has made clear if it's not made in the USA, they're not interested in not having a tariff on it. They want stuff made here in the USA. So what are you to do if you're the CEO of a company that makes stuff that cannot be made in the US, whether we're talking apparel or whether we're talking super high-tech stuff that we don't have the infrastructure for here?
You nailed it. I think as a CEO, what I would do and what I advise CEOs do is go forward and not be intimidated by this administration. Make the right long-term decision in your company. Don't hold back. But yes, if you want to move from Vietnam to another country,
Third Wall Street is a new emerging global capital markets formation and structured trifactor financial hub at the U.S. Third Border in St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. in the Caribbean and Latin America. The new Third Wall Street is the home of the Alexander Hamilton Financial Center and named in honor of Alexander Hamilton, an American founding father, first U.S. Treasury Secretary, and architect of the U.S. financial system and modern America. Third Wall Street is located in a U.S. National Heritage Area, Opportunity Zone, and the boyhood home of Alexander Hamilton in St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Island, connecting 3 financial hubs in the Americas by way of new innovative financial technology and markets: New York Wall Street South, Brickell Avenue, Miami, and Third Wall Street in St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, and established the new Caribbean America's single economy zone, developed by SETI Case Capital Markets. Third Wall Street will transform financial markets, improving access to capital worldwide. Visit www.thirdwallstreet.com to learn more.